So a very good evening to you, Manjari. Welcome to the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
सच्ची मुच्ची या झूठी मुठी?
अब सच्ची ही समझ लीजिए थे।
अच्छा, मुझे समझना मतलब मुझे समझना पड़ेगा, ये कैसा हिसाब हुआ? मैंने तो आपसे पूछा कि आप सच्ची मुच्ची ठीक है या इतवार का दिन है, मौसम कैसा है बाहर?
बाहर का तो पता नहीं, अंदर तो बहुत अच्छा है।
मुझे ये बताओ कि लाइटिंग का क्या राज है? I mean, you seem to be like from, I don't know, planet Mars, like lot of orange, red. What is the raz of this?
That's because it's a dancer's studio, so it has largely amber lighting here. So it's a yellow light.
Yeah, it's stunning actually. I'm not saying that you're looking beautiful, but I'm just saying the lighting is very, very, very unique.
Thank you.
मैंने कुछ नहीं कहा।
I take that as a compliment. I take that as
अब देखिए ना, अब आप समझने की बात कर रहे हो, जो मर्जी समझ लो। So, friends, as you can see, I'm already in conversation with Kathak dance exponent of Hindustani Shastriya Sangeet, Manjari Chaturvedi. Welcome to the 111th virtual YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series, dedicated to the 550th birth anniversary of Sahib Sri Gurū Nānak Dēv. Manjari Chaturvedi is a Kathak dance exponent of the Lucknow Gharānā of classical dance. Her initial training in dance was under Sri Arjun Mishra. She underwent further instruction in abhinaya under Kalanidhi Narayan at the Protima Bedi's Nrityagram. Over 2 decades. I think this is a lie. You don't look. Who told you've been dancing for 2 decades? You look much younger. Anyway, I'll let it pass. Over 2 decades, Chaturvedi has established herself as an innovative dancer, director and choreographer, giving 500 concerts. Another lie.
Could be more now.
In 26 countries, presenting 24 productions, collaborating with 385 musicians, that I can believe. She has performed at the Rashtrapati Bhawan, which also I can believe, in New Delhi, of course, which I know it is there, the Royal Festival Hall, the Smithsonian Museum, and the Sydney Opera House. An impaneled artist with the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICCR as it is called, or abbreviated as. Chaturvedi is a cultural advocate for communal harmony, as through her cosmopolitan blend of Kathak dance and Sufi poetics. She is a recipient of Uttar Pradesh's Avadh Samman, a member of UNESCO's Conference on Living Heritage, and a jury member of Korea's Asian Dance Committee's think tank on Asian dance. In 2013, YFLA awarded Manjari the Woman Achiever Award. Dosto, Sat Sri Akal, Assalamu Alaikum, Namaskar, a very good evening, Bona Serata. ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੀ ਆਇਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ 111ਵੀਂ ਇਹ YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਹਮ ਵਾਰਤਕ ਹਾਂ ਅੱਜ ਕਥਕ ਨ੍ਰਿਤਕਾ ਮੰਜਰੀ ਚਤੁਰਵੇਦੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਨਾਲ। ਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਸ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਬਾਕੀ ਵਾਰਤਾਵਾਂ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਹਾ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਏਗੀ। ਸੋ ਮੰਜਰੀ, of all the dances, why Kathak? What attracted you to it? You had options. I mean, you had you come from a family which has a lot of sort of awareness and about art, but Kathak.
That was it was something which was destined because I grew up in Lucknow, and it's inevitable that if you're in Lucknow, you end up learning Kathak. You don't end up learning any other dance form largely, because Kathak becomes a very prevalent form. So it was just, I was born at a time, or I grew up at a time when largely parents did initiate their children into arts. You know, they always felt that thoda bahut to aana chahiye, dance or music. So I think my parents introduced me to Kathak largely because of the city that I was in, and Lucknow had an identity with Kathak. So I learned that, and that gradually became my language. That's about it.
मतलब ये तो हुई बात हुई कि अगर मैं पंजाब की किसी कुड़ी को पूछूं कि डांस की है जी, कहते भंगड़ा गिद्धा तो पाई दा ही है जी। अं पंजाब च भंगड़ा गिद्धा पाना ही है। एंड यू लखनऊ वाला से ओ बिकॉज यू फ्रॉम लखनऊ तो कथक तो होना ही था।
And then it was destiny probably, because I learned at a wonderful institute, which was the Kathak Kendra, which was actually, if I may say, was in the heritage part of Lucknow in Kesar Park. So I actually danced where in the premises where Bajapati Shah used to hold his concerts.
I see.
So that whole premises at that point of time, the institute where I was learning, was housed in that old building. Now it has been moved out of the heritage zone, but when I learned, it was right there. So now when I look back and I feel that, it had something, some destiny to it, that it brought me to that very place to dance.
But there's a part story but part confession. So parents chose it for you. So have you had any afterthought, or just because now you're trapped in it and because अब तो अब यही सीखा है तो but किसी ये क्या बात हुई कि पेरेंट्स ने चाहा कि कथक सीखो तो सीख लिया? ये क्या कहानी बता रहे हो? तुम्हें कब when did you feel, or have you ever felt okay, yes, no, this is it for me?
I started learning because my parents reshaped me, because at that time it wasn't a decision.
It's not an informed choice. It's not even an informed choice at that time.
Yeah. But yes, I after my class 12, if I may say, I dropped 1 year. So I largely come from an academic family. My father was an IIT professor, space scientist. It was something that, maybe unheard of, that your daughter is saying that she is dropping 1 year after class 12. And all my friends, they dropped 1 year, because at that time,
really,
20 years back, but yes, it is 20 years back. Largely after class 12, the students either opted for engineering exams or medical exams. And everybody did this coaching, which used to be a coaching for 1 year to appear for these exams. And most of my classmates actually went for the coachings and dropped 1 year. And I also dropped 1 year. Not because of a coaching, but because there was a very good teacher at Kathak Kendra, and I was learning from him. And I used to go there at 8 in the morning and come back at 5 in the evening. So it became what I now and my family talks about. And there is a funny side to it also, that my mother did want to get me, and she enrolled me in a coaching. And I would every day in the morning at 6 o'clock have fever. And I couldn't go for the coaching because I was feverish. And I actually had fever. And at 3 o'clock used to be my Kathak class at the Kathak Kendra. And by 3 o'clock I had no fever and I would be absolutely.
मतलब अभिनय करना तब से शुरू हो गया. You started acting from then on. You could pretend being sick. You could pretend being sick. You controlled your pulse beats and you controlled your body temperature. What are you telling me?
I wasn't, but that's the truth. And after 1 week of this, my mother told me, "Tum coaching jana chhod do." And the moment I stopped that, I never had fever ever for 1 year. I was dancing,
I tell you, and your mommy, if you're listening, I'm telling you, dal mein kala tha. You never saw the dal mein kala. ये बीमारी का बहाना.
But I have deep respect for my parents, and I will say that now when I look back, at that moment I did not think how important it is for a parent to show such respect to the child's decision. But at that point of time, my dropping that 1 year, both my father and my mother, who were academicians, who did not know what is Kathak and what is dance that she's doing and whether it will be a career opportunity or not, they never questioned my decision and they let me be. So I know how difficult it must have been for a middle class family, academic family, to answer and say, "Oh, what is your daughter doing? Oh, naach rahi." You know, it's not something that would have been easy for them at that point of time. Dance was not such a huge career option 20 years back. We all struggled for it. Today, with the world becoming smaller and so much of internet or information technology available, it's a different scene. But 20 years back, we had very few options of physical performances. And I have deep respect for my parents now when I look back, that they never once forced me to join study or questioned it. But yes, subsequently, I did finish my master's in environmental science. So by degree, I'm an environmental scientist. But that's because of my father. He wanted me to finish my studies and so that I'm independent and I should be earning myself. And wasn't too sure, rightly so, whether dance could be a way of earning money. We are still struggling. So that was foresight on his part. He thought कि नौकरी तो मिल ही जाएगी, डिग्री होगी इसके पास.
You have a sister also.
I have 3 sisters.
Yeah. Tell me about them. How was it at home? I very well know one of them.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I have 3 sisters.
Any bullying at home between the sisters? Who was the bully?
Not exactly. Thankfully, my sister is not here on camera, but she would say I was the bully. I was the youngest in the family, but I was also the Hitler in the family. So I would, on the contrary, bully her for everything, including accompanying me for my dance concerts and doing odd jobs for me, for putting makeup, or picking up the safety pins or hairpins. So even those odd jobs, I forced my family and my sisters to do, and they've all quietly done it for me. So I can't say that they bullied me. I would say I probably ended up bullying them. But that was also because, if I may say, that that was also affection, and it was also something that they believed in my dream, if I may say. So they all worked towards it and didn't let me feel alone at any point in time.
Fantastic. So tell me about your training with Pandit Arjun Mishra. We here, of course, in Delhi, we have multiple schools, but more than schools, we have multiple exponents. I was versed with, because of Boritsia, she studied with Pandit Buddhadev Chattopadhyay, who belonged to the Vishnupur. He was Narayan Ganguly's student of Kathak. Tell me about Pandit Arjun Mishra's, your study with him, his style, and what can you tell us about that?
My dance, actually, I owe completely the training in Kathak, Pandit Arjun Mishra. Mm-hmm. And it was also somehow, I can say that, like I said, it's also destiny and times. Pandit Arjun Mishra was at Delhi Kathak and was a student of Pandit Birju Maharaj. He was one of the senior most students. And he came to Lucknow, and at that point of time, he was appointed a Guru, where I was learning. And he came in anger. And he came in anger from Delhi to Lucknow because he did not want to be moved out of Delhi. It was the cultural capital, 20, 25 years back. And he was angry at being moved from from Delhi to Lucknow. And in that anger, I remember he used to say that मैं भी दिखा दूंगा दिल्ली को, मैं भी 10 dancer तैयार कर दूंगा लखनऊ में बैठे बैठे. So it was probably his anger at creating a dancers, at par with Delhi, if I may say, and me being there as one of those dancers in his class. And I knew that he worked with us ruthlessly. Today, if I work with my students as what we worked, they would run away in one day. We had to tie Gurū and just do Tatkar for at least 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2 hours. There was no definite time. And the fact was that Guruji himself tied Gurus and he danced with us. So we had no way to complain and say, nahi, aap nahi kar sakte.
I see.
And I remember that I used to get these huge blisters in my heel. And once I went to the doctor and he actually did a surgery and removed it. And then I couldn't dance for 10 days. My Guruji was so upset. He said, doctor ke paas chali gayi, doctor ke paas thodi ja rahi hai. So I said, then what do we do? He said, you keep dancing on it. So next time when I got that blister, I kept dancing on it. It was a squishy feeling because it was all full of water and it was a huge blister on your foot, on the heel. And then ultimately it just, broke on its own and the skin came back. And so what I say is that he had his own, I would not like to call it agenda, but he had his own aim in life. And I happened to be there at that time in front of class. So he worked very hard on me. But that said, I would also say that he always felt that I come from a non-dancer family or non-artist family, and I come from a family where people are either IAS, academic or oriented family. So he used to feel that I would, on the contrary, leave dance. I'm only doing time pass. So a lot of times in the class he used to say that itni mehnat kar raha hu, chhod de ke baad time pass kar rahi hu. And I would tell him that I don't know. And now when I look back, and in fact he passed away a couple of years back, but he did see me, performing everywhere, taking it seriously. And he used to laugh and tell me कि तेरे को ही मैं सोचता था कि छोड़ देगी और यही आगे निकली, बाकी सब छोड़ के चली. So it's just ironical, but I treasure my days spent with him because he was a taskmaster, and I remember that, and I also at that point of time was very keen to learn. So I had enrolled myself in the junior batch, बच्चों के क्लास में, senior class में, professional class में. तो क्या होता था that from 3 to or 2:30 to 6 o'clock, I was dancing in every class, whether it was with 6-year-olds or 10-year-olds or 15-year-olds or 25-year-olds. I was dancing with them. But that helped me a lot now because वो रियाज जो है वो आता था.
That's wonderful. Arjun Mishra ji had a brother. Can you hear me?
I lost one. Yeah, no, I can't.
Pandit Arjun Mishra had a brother.
Yes.
What did he play?
I didn't have much interaction with his brother.
Acha. Kalanidhi Mishra, tabla exponent Kalanidhi Mishra is is joining, and Pandit Kalanidhi Mishra is saying hello to you. Namaskar अर्ज कर रहे हैं और अपने आपके और एक अजीज संजू सहाय अर्ज कर रहे हैं नमस्कार, और सिद्धार्थ भाई नमस्कार कर रहे हैं. पंडित रविंद्र बसावड़ा, former director, Sept University, he's one of the top conservation architects, and many others. Dr. Surinder Singh Pangu from Leicester. I don't usually stop to say, but because Tiziana is there from,
But see, on my screen, I can only see you.
Pardon?
On my screen, I can only see you.
Yes, they can, of course. And yes, that's true. But they're all joining, and many others, because I'm not seeing from, normally Facebook Live tells you the software that I use, it doesn't tell me who all are watching, I just know the count. So welcome to everyone, of course those who are joining late, पर आप सबसे लड़ाई रहेगी कि आप पूरे 6 बजे ना जुड़ सके हमसे. So नखरे मेरे भी बड़े हैं. Because if they join late तो अलामा पहले सुनेंगे, शिकायत पहले होगी कि लेट क्यों ज्वाइन किया. खैर, to continue the conversation, how was it then to see other dancers like your own grand teacher, Pandit Birju Maharaj, through the lens of through the distant from far? When you were in Lucknow, your exposure was of course limited at that time. It's more to the classroom and focused on what the teacher is teaching. It is not about comparative study between dancers. कि वो कैसे कर रहा है, वो कैसे कर रहा है. Initially, like हम भी शुरू में तो हमें मालूम ही नहीं होता कि दूसरी दुनिया कहाँ है, क्या कर रही है. Later on, there's a very important sort of waking up. When you open the door and the sunlight comes in. Initially, it is a lamp inside, but then you see the light from the outside. When did that moment come for you? When that transition from when you're learning? So my question, therefore, is basically maybe it could have been in 2-3 parts, but allow me to rephrase it. In the initial years, you're basically learning. You're not engaged in a comparative study of sorts between different styles and preferences. एक परन उसी घराने में कितने लोग किस तरह नाच रहे हैं, अभिनय का क्या कॉन्सेप्ट है. When did that exposure happen to the others? When did that moment come? Before and after, how was it?
Again, I would say that I've been very lucky to an extent. That now if I tell you that I was learning with Pandit Arjun Mishra, yes, my exposure at that time was limited to Lucknow and largely a few annual productions that happened where very senior dancers got their productions to Lucknow. It was like Nirkun Bhakti, Gurū Nānak Dēv, and obviously Pandit Birju Maharaj. And I got to see what work other people were doing using the grammar of Kathak. And I was very impressed with 2 women, Nirkun and Nirkun Bhakti. Both of them brought such incredible work, which was the grammar was Kathak, but it did not look like what we were doing in Lucknow. So for me, it was actually a visual learning at that point of time, because I did not learn from either of them, but it was just watching their shows that I had learned. Plus, at that time, I was introduced to Muzaffar Ali, and that also had a huge impact. Suddenly, the world opened for me vis-a-vis also understanding music and shooting, film, cinema. And that's when in the year 2000, with Faimuddin Saab, because we were recording music, and this was 1999 actually, because it was.
Did you see me play?
Yes.
I played the Jodi, and I played.
Yes,
It was.
With the recording you played with Faimuddin Saab, and we recorded in studio in Chicago, and that was because it was a film for the Millennium Film that for the year 2000, and that's why
I never saw anything happen. Anything happened with it because I never saw.
Yes.
Achha,
it was telecast. It was telecast on Doordarshan.
Oh, I've never seen it actually. It was Kunto Maula. That was one. I think he sang that, and Fahim Saab insisted that I play the Jodi Pakhawaj with him. It was not my idea. He insisted.
And so like I'm saying that it was, I'm lucky. Now that's very early in your career that you get to sit with stalwarts and listen to music and try and understand how it translates. Sitting in Lucknow, I would probably not have done that. But this exposure completely opened my viewpoint. And Fahim Saab is one of the people who led me into the intricacies of music had
Yeah, he
come
was
there
very
to
fond
adore
of
him.
you. Yeah, I know.
I remember sitting with him, and at some moments he would sing something, and I would cry for, I won't say hours, but for long durations, and he would just plain so patiently keep sitting and keep explaining to me that what would a certain music create as a rasa in the person who's listening. And for me, and again I'm saying that this is like 20 years back, for me, that was such a strong groundwork that was made at that point of time. Working with such people, learning from them, imbibing everything that was given, that after that, for me to do my choreographic works and do creative work was actually, the groundwork was ready, and ready by who? It was people who actually, had immense knowledge of their subject. So the transition, like you say, that from Lucknow to moving out, seeing the world, was luckily happening for me because of the people that I was surrounded with and the kind of work that was happening there. In the year 2000, I recorded with Abida ji, and I remember that I was left there in the recording studio, and I was told that we are recording Abida ji, and you sit here and sit with us and record. And now, whether a khatam has to be played, whether another instrument has to be played, I was sitting there and doing the decision. So I learned on the job, and it became a huge learning.
Right. And uh, how do you, if it is a slow exposure, right, to light, let's say, so there's a gradual sort of adaptation in a way that happens, orientation that happens, or reorientation to the changing light, let's say. For you, from the classroom and the stages simulated by Pandit Arjun Mishra to what you were to see else, was it very quick or was it a gradual introduction?
For me, it was very quick, but also I'll share with you that with Pandit Arjun Mishra, I learned so much that we went to very small towns in UP performing at some Lalanpiya Mahotsav, at Kanpur, at Urai, at Gonda. These were the small towns where we were taken as a group to perform. And I till date remember, I will never forget it in my life, is that we went to Gonda for a performance when no audience turned up. There was just one security guard who was there, who was opening the auditorium and closing the auditorium. That was it. And we all dressed up, waiting for our audience to come. No audience came. But Guruji made us perform full 1.5 hours, everything that we had practiced. Did not delete anything. We at that time we felt like fools that we had put on makeup, worn outfit. There was no audience. There was just that security guard sitting. And we did the complete show. But that was such a learning for me as an artist that come what may, the show is complete. You don't edit things in life when you plan out shows. Though I confess now there are times when we do it because we do corporate shows where we are asked to uh, complete the show in 15 minutes. Yeah. So we have no option but to, complete the show from 0 to 15 minutes. Everything has to be over. So we are living in these times where the transition is taking. But at that point of time, the groundwork was very good. And the transition was very quick at that point of time because I remember working with Muzaffar Ali, with whom I learned a lot on music and poetry. The sensibilities of poetry is something that I actually learned from Muzaffar Ali, and the love for Lucknow, its culture. He is so much in love with Lucknow and its culture that it somehow rubbed on me and it just stayed forever. So that happened, and then I remember that I was working on Sufi Kathak at that point in time, researching on Sufi music and dance. And those were the times when there was no internet, so there was no Google. I couldn't Google and find out what happens on Sufi music. I had to actually go to the libraries and read books and find out. And at that point of time, I got in the year 2000. I got an offer from Delhi and from ICCR saying that they wanted to send some dancer to Central Asian countries. Would I be willing? And I jumped on that offer. I said, yes, I want to. I said, I have my 10 musicians who will go with me. They agreed to everything because they had to send a dancer for some festivals in Central Asia. And as it would be that most of the senior dancers had said no, because everybody wanted to go to Europe and America, nobody wanted to go to Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and then have a ban for 5 years and not be sent out. So they only found this foolish new dancer. And for me, that became the biggest exposure in understanding the Sufi music traditions which came from that. And because I went from ICCR with this is involved, I got to meet the artists, the folk artists. See, there was no classical dance form or music form there, it was just folk artists. But their musical structures, their rhythm patterns were very similar to ours, if I may say. Their dance movements were also very similar, but I got to interact with them. That time we did not make videos, we did not put social updates. So all the work that I've done has no proof. So but that was again a time where a lot of things were imbibed. And the traveling, the working with the musicians, that's when I first time saw the whirling dervishes and I understood what whirling is, which later on became very important integral part of the Sufi culture that I do. So all that had been that period of I would say 10 years was a huge impact on my subsequent creative life.
It's, your former bodyguard is saying hello.
Who's my former bodyguard?
Guess. When you were young and when the vultures would be
So
hovering around.
what do you mean when you were young? I'm still young.
You said you danced performed for 20 years. I'm thinking that you're a little older than young and younger than me, like old. Pallavi is saying hello. She's claiming to be the bodyguard.
Yes, yes.
Pallavi, you came
Like
late. We've already gossiped about you. And I know who the bully was. Secret. Right? And Pandit Arjun Mishra's son, Anuj, is also saying hello. He's enjoying your interview and remembrance of his dad.
In fact, I would say that Anuj, I'm very happy he's taking Mishra's legacy forward. He's dancing so well, and he's taking all Guruji's dreams forward. It's wonderful. It's heartening to see them. It's wonderful.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So I'm happy that he's here.
Yeah. And from Punjab, Ustad Alaraka's student, Ustad Kulwinder Singh, is also joining and enjoying the conversation, and many others. I mean, we can go on taking names, but I thought somebody claimed to be a bodyguard, so I must tell her that she can protect. I mean, see, I have she couldn't save you from this conversation. Pallavi, look at that, you failed. And I've already asked the questions about bullying. Who was the bully? So take me to, we'll come slowly to the time that you did with Muzaffar Ali and the exposures thereafter. Take me back to the classrooms in Lucknow when you began, when you took seriously what? I mean, do you remember the first things that were taught? Something from your childhood.
I remember that when I got in class after that, I started dancing. At that point of time, I was always serious in my mind that I would take dance as further. But I had no clue how to take it further because I came from a family which did not have dance music and tradition. So I had no, I didn't anticipate how this journey would be. And I remember that, we had to go and give our biodata to everyone to be considered, whether it was in the cultural department, the officer there. And my father, who was a very senior bureaucrat himself, would take me for the meeting. And I was barely in my graduation, so I was doing my BSc at that point of time, and at the same time giving my biodata to them. And I remember that, my father would take me there for a meeting. He would sit in the parking lot in the car downstairs and send me up and say, you go and handle your meeting yourself. Now when I look back and I see, oh man, what kind of teacher? He could have come with me. He was such a senior bureaucrat that, if he was sitting in a meeting, it would have helped me so much. But he would sit in the parking lot in that heat, humidity, everything. Sit there, patiently wait for half an hour, 45 minutes, till whatever time I need. And then when I would come back and he would say, okay, so what happened? And I would, describe him and this. But it was something that helped me identify my work with myself and find my way out in that. The memories that remain with me are, place that I said, festival of the Kathak, which had a huge, it was the old Bajadali Shah type building. So it had these huge ceilings. And we would dance in them. And it was, I till date don't remember any other place where I've danced, where, there is such a feeling of immense peace when you're dancing in that place. It was as if that place was meant for that dance. You were so cut off from that world, you could do your riyaz for 2 hours, 3 hours. Pandit Arjun Mishra made us dance from 8 in the morning to 8 in the night, with 1 hour break for lunch, and we would happily do it. And we would never complain. The feet, I, till date remember, I would go home, soak them in salt water, and then Guruji had told us sarson ka tel laga dena. So then I would, apply this sarson ka tel, wear a pair of socks because it was stinky, and go off to sleep all dead. That we were so tired with 5 years. But those were very different days. And if I may also share one more thing which has stayed imprinted in my mind till date, and has also impacted a lot of my life, is also that, when Babri Masjid happened, and I was at that point of time learning in Kathak. And we largely, all the students, if I may say, were all generally Hindus, if I may describe it in terms of, because I want to make a point that that's why I'm using these terms. And most of Hamare Sazinde, most of our accompanying musicians were largely Muslims. Or I would say a mix of both Hindus and Muslims. And I remember that there were no WhatsApp messages or SMSs or anything, or even phone calls for that matter. There used to be curfew. The moment, it was an unsaid rule that when the curfew would be over, we would all reach the Kathak Kendra, we would start dancing. All those Hindus, Muslims, playing music, dancing, we were all together. No one ever fought, or no one ever said anything that, you are wrong, or this is wrong, or that is right. we all danced in bliss, sang, music and dance. And it was an unsaid rule that they would immediately say that, "Arey, arey, 10 minutes रह गए, 15 minutes रह गए, सब लोग अपने अपने घर जाओ, करके रखना." So all of us would go. So while this whole process of news was that there are riots, they were fighting each other, there were religions fighting each other. Here was this bubble where we were safe. We were safe with people of other religion, and we were creating music and dance together. And I will tell you that till date, that has left such a strong impact in my work that I till date feel that music, dance is something that will surpass every other, boundaries.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. And I'm from Punjab. Any महफिल, any institution where there is no Sardar, I don't consider that कि अभी संगीत अभी पूरा हुआ. So हमने भी अपनी टांग अड़ानी होती है. समझी नहीं?
हाँ, नहीं.
Let it be just a tease. I said कि हम पंजाब वाले ठहरे कि हम कहें, हमारा मानना है और कि हमारा दावा भी है कि हिंदू और मुसलमान की तो बात कर ली, जिसमें सरदार ना हो वो हम संगीत की तो महफिल ही पूरी नहीं मानते.
Okay. That's also true, but come to think of it, there was no Sardar in my country at that point in time.
No, that's true. जो यादें हैं, the reason why I asked about कि memories from childhood is because I am a pedagogue. So मेरा काम तालीम के सिलसिले में होता है कि जैसे मुझे याद है सबसे पहली बंदिश मुझे क्या कराई गई, राग गौड़ी में गुरु अर्जन की ओरिजिनल याद कराई गई. फिर घर बैसो हर जन प्यारे, सतगुरु तुमरे काज सवारे, बादशाह सास बस कर दीने, अमृत नाम महारस पीने, दुष्ट दूत परमेश्वर मारे, जन की पैज रखी करतारे. So when I teach, for example, I have an idea of the pedagogy कि मुझे किस तरह तालीमाती सिलसिले या संध्या की विधि से गुजारा गया. So when I want to take you back to the oldest memories of your learning from Pandit Arjun Mishra is perhaps slowly pointing towards the idea of, are there things that you were taught when you were little, when you were young, or you were a beginner, even when you were a little advanced student, but in the early days, are the same compositions and methods that you employ when you're teaching today? Or it's more of an improvisation where you're teaching, it's your own pedagogy, that you evolve your own pedagogy. So इसीलिए मैं पूछ रहा हूँ फिर से कि जानना चाहता हूँ तुम्हें कि कुछ बताओगे जो सबसे पहली यादें हैं पंडित अर्जुन मिश्रा की तालीम की, अगर खड़े होके दिखा सको कोई चीज़ या उच्चारण कर सको सबसे पहले. पढ़न would be great to reminisce the oldest patterns, even small patterns that you may recall from your childhood.
Well, what I would say is that at that point of time, there's something that, and it stayed with me till now. When Pandit Arjun Mishra came to India, I was already learning with other teachers, and I was already in a professional batch. So, you have a sense of, at that point of time, you have a sense of superiority, that, I'm one of the senior students, I'm not the junior batch. So, and then comes Pandit Arjun Mishra, with all his, from Delhi, with all his anger and his energy. And he comes and he makes us, like I said, do all the tatkar for 1 hour. छाले हो रहे हैं, समझ नहीं आना, हाथ से दर्द होता है। अभी तक तो हम प्रोफेशनल स्टूडेंट थे, अब हमें कुछ समझ नहीं आना where everything has gone. And then, what he made us do, and I still have that, and I still practice that. When I do my riyaz, even today, after so many years, I still do it, is that he would make us do a set of movements, which were elementary movements. बिल्कुल कथक शुरू करने वाला बच्चा सीखेगा. And he would, it was basic movements 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I remember doing it in class with him at least 50, 100 times every day. And today, like I said, today I find my students, they would say, okay, ma'am, thank you very much, I can't learn dance. But every day, doing this again. But now I realize that हम मुझसे कोई सोते में भी गए, but तो मेरा हाथ चलता है. It's gone into the body. So these are small things, and I also remember that he would. My padhan was weak always, and also because I was. We studied in a convent, and when you come out of a convent, you come out half.
Oh, यानी कि लड़की पढ़ी हुई थी, पढ़ी लिखी थी.
So that convent education brought me to that whole English speaking
So
thing.
did you have that
Now,
slang? Dhadi nadhi tik. Do you have that kind of a little shahri style versus the rusty basi
Yeah.
tha kirtikda? Dadu da kirtikda.
So when
How do you recite then? Can
so
you recite? Can you imitate your recitation from then?
So it would actually come as kirtatun tunna kirta dinta kirta dinta kar kirta dinta kirta kirta dinta kirta So, if I would recite, he always had such a smile on his face because it wasn't the correct accent, and it would. So I on the contrary became so conscious of it that I had actually stopped doing padhan.
Really? God.
Yeah. So I would not do. I would just do it at home, and when the classic was happening, I would kind of shy away from doing it. But then I think gradually he realized that it's working the other way around. So then he would single me out and say, Manjari Padhi. Up, in the class, when everybody got the right thing, I come with my Angrez accent, and start speaking. They were always, slight smiles on my face. So that was one memory that always stayed. And even when I do Padhan today, I actually remember. But now I'm much better, trust me.
ये क्या बात हुई? मतलब you are now giving yourself a certificate. You'll have to recite, and then I will then tell you whether.
And
ये self attestation से अलग है. Self certification is not allowed. Self attestation is allowed, but you can't certify yourself. So कौन सी which is your favorite पढ़न? तो हमें सबको पढ़ के सुनाएं. हम वोटिंग कराएंगे अभी कि अच्छी थी कि नहीं.
नहीं, एक मैं आपको सुनाती हूँ जो मुझे गुरुजी ने वो एक कवित हमारे यहाँ कथक में
कवित भी होते हैं
जो कविताएं एंड दिस इज वेरी स्पेशल इन कथक बिकॉज कविता हमेशा गाई जाती है कथक पढ़न करे रिदम फिट कर. सो गुरुजी ने हमें सिखाई थी, मुझे लिखवाई थी, आई वुड से
अच्छा
लिखवाई थी कि ये बहुत पुरानी कविता है और तुम कभी करना. अच्छा. अब उस समय I was doing Sufi Kathak, which was large my work, and the kavit that he taught me was a very poetic one depicting a naika, beautiful naika. So मैंने वो कहीं डायरी में लिख के रखी और मैंने 15 साल उसको कभी पलट. Then I started working on the courtesan project. Now, when I started working on the courtesan project, I needed poetry and dance, which talked about physical love and which talked about, a very different format of dance and music, which was a very intimate format of singing at that time. And one day, flipping through my diary, I found that Kavit. And then subsequently, I set it to music, and now it is part of my basically every concert.
I see.
And if I may recite it, it goes like
Please.
Chandra Vadan Vidulochani Kamar Dharapite Kesh Sundar Si Sajban Chali Mohiro Kat Hai Lo Mori Kar Pakdat Mochu अंग दिए चलो ये बतियां मोहे खा बेचा मोहे लूटत धन शो मोहे लूटत धन शो मोहे लूटत धन शो. Now, this I actually revisited a composition of my Guruji after 15 years, after 15 years of learning. And he had not taught me the movements to it, so I set the movements to it myself. But I till date remember that he gave me on a parchi, एक छोटी सी पर्ची पर लिख कर दिया था. मैंने अपनी डायरी में कॉपी कर दी, not knowing whether I would use it ever or not, but I had it. So those are memories of.
When did you take it out? Was it before he passed away or?
After he passed.
After he passed away, I see.
My whole courtesan project actually took shape after he passed away, and I think he would have been very happy to see that project rather than my Sufi project, because he always felt that I am not using
all that he taught in a way.
All that he taught me in Sufi Kathak. But now today, when all that he had taught me,
it comes down. But are you enjoying more, therefore, the courtesan project than the Sufi Kathak project?
Both. It's a phase in life.
That's a very diplomatic answer, madam.
No, I would say that, for me in life, it's a very strange trajectory, because, you move from exploring physical love to you move to, talking about spiritual love. I, on the contrary, in the start of my career, talked about spiritual love and explored that, and then I'm coming through the courtesan project, where I'm, in a way, I won't call it revisiting, because I never visited it. Now I'm visiting the various explorations of the ghazal format, or Havit, like I said, this, which is largely Shringar, but it's Shringar kind of physical nature, if I may say, for a beloved in flesh and blood. It's not for an abstract beloved. So that has been a very unusual trajectory, I guess. But then everybody follows their own path. Maybe this was for me. So the first 15 years of my career, or 10 years, the first 18 years of my career was largely to spiritual music and exploring the formless Almighty, which took a shape, and gradually coming back to this. So it's all an expression. And I love both. So I can't say that I'm enjoying this more or that.
वो पुराना गाना है, झूठ बोले कौवा काटे काले कौवे से डरियो. देख लो. You want to rephrase your statement that you love both, or you have a preference for one?
Not at all.
आखिरी मौका है, देखिए.
Not at all.
अच्छा, अब ये जो कवित आपने सुनाया, हाँ कहो.
उसका एक और भी है, कौवे का गाना सब तक खाइयो, कुछ खाइयो, दो नैना मत खाइयो, कितनी अमृत.
नहीं, वो तो बाबा शेख फरीद है. वो बाबा शेख फरीद को कैसे लेके आएंगे? You cannot bring Baba Sheikh Farid in our conversation, because then I'll have to become the sadhu then.
You're free to do that.
It is in his company. I have to behave. As long as he doesn't come today, then I can be very, very scathing, in my conversations. Then I'll have to pretend that I don't know what is being scathing,
So I should be prepared for some more from scaling stuff to come my way.
Yeah, plenty, madam, plenty. अच्छा, पहला, अब ये जो आपने पढ़ के सुनाया है, that which you've read so wonderfully well. अरे, camera, don't mess with the camera. That's my property.
No, it's not.
The frame.
Your voice.
But
I'm
you
putting
can
the phone
listen,
on
people. Pallavi, look at this. Your sister. I told her she cannot mess with the camera because what she sees is not what I see. And she's, instead of talking to me, she's looking at her own image. Look at this. How heartbreaking can that be?
No,
you're not supposed to look at me. You're supposed to look at me, at my image.
It's not it's not how heartbreaking. It is how vain.
No, I didn't want to say that. Thank you for saying that. I didn't want to say it. That would have become an accusation. See, I have my ways of coaxing the truth out, and it was not a Freudian slip. I mean, it's like I'm talking to you, but looking at it's very odd if I look at me and talk to you. This is where you are, so I'm talking to you like this. Look at this, Pallavi. You love her and not me. This is too much. You two sisters plus one. This is being ganging up against me. I'm feeling I'll have to call my buddies now. My buddies in arms. अच्छा, वो जो कवित सुनाया आपने, वो हमें जरा उसका भाव, because you said that you did not learn the movements from Pandit Arjun Mishra. Would you kindly share the movements, how you did it and the process? How did you build it?
I don't know if I would be visible.
You'll have to, yeah. You can move the chair and maybe, from far you can do. Little further. No, you have to go further away. You have to go further away. Even more. I can speak louder. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Yes.
This is great. Yeah.
Yeah. So this goes generally different and
so don't come close. Don't come close. It cuts the head. Don't come close.
I need to move.
You can start from further back then.
Yeah. So then that one generally moving to So it just became am I in the right position?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking at the camera. So that becomes learning, because it was something that traversed 15 years, stuck in a car, in a copy, in a file, and then suddenly it became a part of my dance. So it's one of those very beautiful moments. And I'm sure Guruji must be watching.
Depends. So now that you have, we have now sort of practiced removing of the chair and the distance, and we've done a little test. Can you take us to the years that you spent in Lucknow learning? Can you share some of the stuff that you did, some compositions, some patterns that you remember from the years then?
Yes. There was something which was very interesting when we talk about Lucknow was that we learned Kathak, obviously, because we were part of the Kathak group, but we also largely became part of the Kathak repertory which they taught. So we became part, while we were still students, we became performers as well. So there was a lot of stuff which was taught to us by way of performance. Yeah. So it became, that you have to perform, acha is performance ke liye taiyar karna. So now when I look back, I see that, there were a lot of things which were, everything that was taught to us was by way of performance, which so yes, that was there, but I've already shown you one piece as it is. Baki, everybody can see on YouTube also.
Come on, now you have a channel on YouTube?
Yeah.
What
Okay,
is it
so
called?
let me,
What is
let
it
me,
called?
Let me plug that. Let me use that as a plug. I have a channel on YouTube, and you can go on my official channel and watch, about 100 videos
The address is?
with my name.
That's
Manjari
it?
Chaturvedi.
Manjari Chaturvedi. So I am not going to go to the YouTube channel. Everybody else, please go there. She will have to share whatever she wants to share with me here. This is my channel. So if there is something that you would like to share, then maybe I will think of going to the channel. So you can
ठीक है, देखते हैं अब अगर फिर से मूड हुआ तो फिर
नहीं, मूड तो बनाया जाता है। आर्टिस्ट तो वो है जो मूडी ना हो। आप मुझसे कोई राग कहो जो मुझे आता हो, मुझे कहो अभी, मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि नहीं नहीं ये मौसम है, मुझे कोई कह दो, पूछो मुझसे कोई राग, कोई कौन सी फरमाइश कर सकती हो।
ठीक है, अभी आगे बढ़ते हैं, फिर अगर
नहीं, मैं पूछो ना, कुछ क्या राग पूछना चाहोगे?
क्या चीज?
कोई राग, कोई राग मुझसे कोई राग पूछो।
मैं नहीं पूछना चाहती आपसे।
नहीं, because I just wanted to share the process that there is a time when one goes by the mood, but then there is one space where if it comes to that, I think a person transforms into that. That act of getting into that space, one gains that. Is it not true with everyone? That let's say if I were to do a फरमाइश, let's say because of the conversation for an academic purpose, the kird tun tun nata tadha dha dhanda kirda dhanta, अगर मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूं कि वो उसकी आप मूवमेंट दिखाएं कैसे करती हैं, so and I'm requesting you for that, I'm asking you from an academic perspective, a musicological perspective, to do with the mood. So how would you do it? Let's say the spot is the plot is that you're not in a mood to dance, but that one, right? That one. So if the conversation comes to that spot that that you requested to show how that is danced, your movements, what is the process that you would undergo? Do you have it within to say, okay, here I go, here it is, this is how it goes? But then that enactment is as if you're actually in a mood. That means I shouldn't see or wouldn't be able to see that you were not really in a mood. Is there something like that that happens? Is there a process that one undergoes?
I heard you, but I could not gauge what is it that you want me to say in that term. Process for doing a certain bandish is something that we learn those bandish and they get into our body memory, and even as it's not something that the body will go. So as a dancer, that process happens while you're learning. So the teacher teaches you, and then you learn the process, and then it's fed into your muscle memory, and then it stays. So for me to, now use that as, whether I want to use that as part of a in between music interlude, or I want to use it as a opening music interlude, that happens subsequently when I decide what as a choreography I'm using as a dancer. But the pieces, like they remain the same. And if I understood your question correctly, was that how does that piece develop once you know and how it develops? So frankly, that piece, as a music piece, which we call Tukda Paran Vihai, developed in the class when we are taught, and then subsequently we use similar ones and set them to the rhythm patterns that we want to use. So we might have learned that Sola Matra, and then we might set it to Vara Matra. So that is something which we do as a mathematics, as a dancer, when we set it to. So I guess that's what you want.
No, okay. Let me. I wanted to. So it's
a very long question. So I
I understand. Yeah, I understand that. So for example, you speak of muscle memory. So when you speak about that, that's where I was at. So that's perfectly fine. So I'll take from there. As a Pakhavaj exponent, especially when it is to do with the oldest school, surviving school, with the Amritsari school. As a custodian, let's say I have access to some very ancient compositions. Let me take, for example, one of that Paran, so I have done the Padhant, for example. Now, to do the Padhant again, it was not no. I have now inhaled and have gone into that space. So it is no longer a formality for me. Now, this time I inhaled thrice before the Tihai. हमारे अमृतसरी बाज जो हड्डी तोड़ बाज पंजाब का कहलाता है, मदर ऑफ ऑल स्कूल्स जो है, उसके अंदर सांस का प्राण बहुत अहम है, बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं. So I could go into that. So what I'm pointing towards is, one is, now this is not just the muscle memory, but where you're mentioning about muscle memory comes when I'm playing, for example, right? Because it's to do with the body. So yes, the muscle memory comes in as I play. Even if I'm not in the mood, I will play, my hand will go dha. But if I'm singing, let's say, or just a padhant ki, the lotus had to awaken. Otherwise, I could not do it. Right? If I'm singing, let's say, composition, the one that has just come to my mind, Gayo ri mai gunane damangale, Gayo mangale, Gayo ri mai gunane damangale, Gayo mangale, Gayo bhale samjho. भले दिन अवसर जाओ गोपाल रे जायो गायो रीम गुणनेद मंगल गायो मंगल गायो गायो. But for this, for example, my muscle memory is not just enough. So my question, therefore, is there something more than the muscle memory than just rendering with the muscle memory when you are getting into a composition, does Manjari Chaturvedi drown in some sarovar and doesn't know any longer कि वो है या नहीं है? ऐसा भी कुछ होता है या मसल मेमोरी ही काम आ जाती है या होती है हर दफा? और रियासत से मसल मेमोरी तो होगी, that's a given.
Yeah. So now, when you're talking about music and instrumentation, the format is very different. For a dancer, it is a very different format because we do not have any external instrument. The instrument is the body itself. So anything that has to be created is not from any external instrument. You can call the ghungroo as an external instrument if it is said. Some people do call it an extra instrument that the dancer has. But leave aside that, the instrument is the body itself. Now, when we are saying that, when I say muscle memory, I say muscle memory for the technicalities of the dance that I have to reproduce. Those are learnt at a certain point in time, they're practiced, or riyaz karke, they become part of the muscle. A dance is not just the technical part, the dance also has the rasa. Now that rasa, when we are talking about, that is different at every stage for a dancer. Supposing I performed, a composition, Raske Bhari Torene. It's a very age-old composition. How I would have performed as a dancer 15 years back would have been very different from what I would have performed, I would perform as a dancer today. Now that is a journey that a dancer traverses in terms of emotional memory. Does the muscle memory remain the same? Probably yes. What it was 15 years back, my body knew the dance. My body knows the dance now, 15 years ahead. What changed? What changed is the emotional equation that the dancer had with a certain composition, which could be personal experiences, which could be emotional growth, which could be learning through others' experiences. Not always that you imbibe a rasa only with your own experience. You also see it from other people's situation and derive that as a rasa and take it as an experience. Now, if I may say that this derivation of a rasa, I did not learn from Bhai Baldeep Singh. I learned it from Guru Kalanidhi Narayan in Chennai. I pestered her, I remember, for almost 3 years, calling her up, saying that I want to learn from you. And she would tell me that, but I'm a Bharatanatyam teacher, I cannot teach you. And I would say, no, mommy, I want to come. And I till date remember that one fine day, on a phone, she said, okay, ma, come. And the very next day, I took a flight from Delhi and I went to her. And she looked at me and she said, you're here. I said, mommy, you said yesterday to come, so I've come. And that was the greatness of Gurus at that point of time, that she told me that do not pay me my fees because you spend so much money traveling by here. Next time you come by train and then you pay me my fees. And I felt so, I could have paid her fee. It wasn't, if I could afford an air ticket, I would have paid her fees. But that was her greatness. And why I'm saying is that till then, at that point of time, till I met Kalanidhi Narayan, till I learned from Mami, I was probably using only muscle memory to recreate a dance. I did not delve into my own emotions to be able to recreate a technical step with an emotion. So that marrying of emotion and a technique happened only after the days that I spent with Mami. And those were very difficult days because I was never in the practice of sitting and learning dance. And anybody who's learned from Kalanidhi Narayan, she is such a versatile guru, and every single senior dancer of today, any established dancer has learned from her. She would, sit one on one. So the class did not have 5 children; it had one student, and we had to wear a sari and sit, and we were not allowed to get up for those 1.5, 2 hours that the session was. And she was watching the face continuously. And I tell you, that was the most tiring classes that I had, because somebody was watching my facial muscles throughout for 1.5 hours to see whether the expression was coming or not. And I had never worked like that before. So that brought in, and as a dancer, like I said, the instrument is very different, because the instrument is a live instrument, which is your own body that you're working from. You, as a percussionist, are working from your body, you're working from your muscle memory, but your instrument is the percussion instrument which is taking up sound. So me as a dancer, I'm working from my muscle memory, and the instrument is also my body. So the dance is also created from this. So it's a variable form of expression that happens here. And yes, one has to delve into one's own depth of emotions, depth of understanding, and also because of the initial poetry that I worked with, which is largely what is termed, if I use the terminology, is termed as Sufi poetry. So that, because did not have a single layer to it, it had so many layers within it. So for me to explore those layers and keep the technicality intact of what rhythm pattern is going to be, of what tukra is going to be there, was a task that at that point of time I thought it was a huge task, but now when I look back, it actually happened very organically.
Right.
So I don't know basically that your question was different and my answer was
It's
different.
okay.
But whatever it is, I would tell your audience to bear with it. Probably that's what I meant when I said, this whole Lucknowi sensibility that's going to come with this, this whole Punjabi robustness, and we must, just find some equilibrium.
You see, we Punjabis don't relent. So therefore, my next layer addressing the same issue.
Just speak a little
Again,
louder, Bhaji. Just speak a little louder, please.
I
Somehow your
really,
voice.
it is, if I go louder, people will have issues with it. Because
Okay, now
my,
better.
I've increased the volume now, but it'll become very loud for people because your voice is spread out because of the big room. The microphone is the phone, which is away and pointed away. So it's going to be a big contrast between the two.
That's okay.
Let's coming to the bhav and abhinaya. Let's take for example the same tukra. If you are in a, would you mind demonstrating it in at least two bhavs? Let's say you are in a very happy mood, like it's a celebratory, it's like a celebration on stage and in the part that you're doing. And the same paran comes, and then there is a vijog, there is a birha, a melancholy, a loss. Let's say death of a very near and dear one in the plot. And if you were to do the same Kirtak Thuntun Natata Dha, would you be able to apply the two different? Of course, I know that people are able to do. Would you demonstrate two different bhavas of your choice in the same?
But that's not done.
It's not
But
done.
we don't do that. We
It's
don't
not.
do that.
Acha.
So for me, for me to demonstrate that is not
So tell me about that. It's not normally
because
done. When you do parans, it's only the paran enactment and not part of
it's
abhinaya,
a
is it?
technical aspect.
Uh-huh.
Paran is a technical aspect of dance.
Mhm.
How is done with the poetic aspect. So we don't use we won't use a pitta or lagi pitta for depicting emotion unless it is used in a group choreography where you're using some you're showing a scene or a sequence where there is some army coming in or something that's that's what we use. We do not use maybe I would say that maybe other dancers might use. Let me not say it we. Let me say it politically correct I. I don't use paran to depict emotion.
I see.
The paran becomes a part of a larger emotion within music that is in. So, for me to say that dancing a paran as a happy paran or as a sad paran is not a vocabulary that I have ever.
I see. Even when now, that's a very interesting musicological issue that has been raised, which is vis-a-vis the tal. For example, not a single paran is bereft of bhav. Not a single paran. I am the parampara mukhi of perhaps the oldest living school, so I am responsible within that, as well as singing, and someone who knows singing too. Any paran, for example, let's say vilambit paran, chades that we play in Punjab. Let's say if I were to begin dha trigdhe te kata giddi ginnadha kenanak trigdhe ta taki trigdhe ta giddi ginnadha di dha kenanak trigdhe ta taki trigdhe ta giddi ginnadha di dha Kenanak trigdheta tage trigdheta geddi gennadhadi dha takran takran ge dha takran takran ge dha dha takran takran ge dha. For example, कोई भी परण है उनके जो बोल हैं धागे थे फॉर एग्जाम्पल का परण एक बड़ा यूनिक है पंजाब का उलट है उसकी दिटता के दिटता के दिटता के दिटता के दिटता के दिटता के दिक्कता के तुम दो तड़ान के तरीके के तड़ान गिदिकता के दिन तड़ान के तरीके के तड़ान गिड़तिकता के तरह. सो सबका एक श्रृंगार का रूप वीर रस है, कई रस पखावज में आते हैं. So it's interesting for me to learn today that when in Kathak parans are danced, they are not used because I don't know much about Kathak. So it is something that I'm learning. I've really seen from far, maybe गिनी चुनी 10-15 बैठकें देखी होंगी कथक की डांस की, very few. Being a conservator, I've been sort of in the ruins for 33 years, digging out. So that's quite a revelation for me that parans, when they're employed in Kathak, they are employed, of course there's a movement, technical movement, but of course there are patterns. If you're playing, of course that will come, the body will move with the tatka, etc. How the tatka, the feet movements, hand movements, how you fill that. I know about kran, how the hand kran, because I've seen Mauritius and Pandit Bodhadev Upadhyay, play, and I played sometimes with Pakhavaj with dance to understand how they employed that. But it's very interesting for me to know that, to learn, in fact, that in Kathak, parans do not bring or do not retain the rasa of their own, and that if it is if I'm celebratory, the idea of Rasva Dirgha Pulita, Laghu Guru Pulita, the Ghat, the Gathao, the Vazan, I can play if I'm playing. For example, if there are compositions which are very silent, very meditative, my teacher would tell Beta Barkhordar, Ede chon sanata vajauna sikhna hai. You have to play silent, sanata vajauna. If the same theka would change, it will become very ethereal, the touch, it's more of the resonance that we would do. So such modulation we've understood and we are taught as part of the pedagogy. So tell me if you have any thoughts that come to your mind, please share us.
Yeah, I would say that, see, you're coming from a viewpoint of percussionists. So
not just percussionist. No, because I'm multiple. Yeah, please continue.
When we are seeing it as a paran, now when we see as a percussionist, so whether it's a Pakhavat or on a tabla, like we use predominantly tabla. Yes, Pakhavat, but predominantly in dance tabla. So paran becomes a technical thing. Now I feel said that you will not use the same paran to depict happiness, the same paran to depict sadness. उसका ठेका बदलेंगे या वो परन का चलन बदलेंगे, उसके शब्द बदलेंगे, उसका वेट बदलेंगे, वो रुक के बोलेंगे, so उसकी गैप फर्क होगी जो हम उसका ठहराव कहते हैं. So those are things which are very technically put together. And if I can see, when we talk about Kathak as a dance form, again, it is rhythm driven. It is rhythm driven. But we have an additional agency of using the body and the face for expressions. So we are not only completely dependent on the chalan of a paran to depict a certain emotion. Unlike that a percussionist is only dependent on how to be depicted through the paran or whatever piece is played. Now, the dancer does not have any such limitation. The dancer can use the body and face to depict that expression. So, hence, my opinion is that paran doesn't become a sense where you use it as the same paran to show happiness, the same paran to show sadness. It is an impossibility to my.
It's not done. For me, I wouldn't call it impossible that it's not done. Yeah.
You have to change the theka. You have to change the two extreme emotions, which is happiness and sadness. Then there is an extreme. Even when we choose rag or we choose a tal, we would not use a chhaptal for showing sadness. We would not use we will use depend ke jo dharav ke saath chale jisme. So similarly, we choose pieces in dance. That said, I will say one thing, that what you mentioned in my introduction as Lucknow Gharānā. Now, even when we talk about it, got divided into two major Gharanas as a and also Banaras in it. Now, when I am trained in Lucknow Gharānā gave more importance to the abhinaya, to the grace in the dance, and not to the technique. So, rightfully, if I may say, that if I represent today, a conversation where we are talking largely of, Chakradar Paran and Chakradar or Pandewali Paran were not applicable in this Gharānā because this depicted a certain finesse in its movements, in its style of performance, and in the poetic content of this. This was more relevant to the Banaras Gharānā, where tabla pakhavat was very dominant. So Banaras had such a dominant tabla Gharānā. So even the dancers largely took from each other. So there, if you have this conversation with maybe dancers from Banaras or even Jaipur Gharānā, they would be more give you an explanation to how they use paran in their dance.
I see.
Whereas this whole structure became so different, and that's what it is for. It is for how the grace was the dance, how the ghazal format was born, how chumri became such an important part of the dance format. So the whole emphasis, if I may say, on the structure of dance is very different when we talk about and when we talk about other varieties. So here the predominance of your experience as a percussionist, what is driving these questions, if I may say. But my experience as a dancer would derive the answers to it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you can only share from your memory and experience. I'm not wanting to author the answers. I can only ask questions if they occur. I will come to the Shringar aspect. Of course, I mean, on this particular topic, we could go on and discuss further, but I would do that sometimes when we are actually sitting and dancing and playing and talking, or another session sometimes. I'd love to further this idea. The idea of Shringar, can you show share with us something that it has been important for me to look at both the Laukic and the Alaukic, how the certain assets from the Laukic reality, Laukic world, if I may, even bhakti or just our socio-cultural, sort of life cycles or aspects. There are things that have inspired in the spiritual side. For example, the idea of being a Suhagan. Suhagan is
Idea of being?
a Suhagan. But Suhagan, as Gurū Nānak calls himself, Nanak Sada Suhagani, Jini Jyoti Jyot Samaya, that the Parampurk Parmeswara is the not as any Dvaita incarnation, nothing. It's just the Parampurk Parmeswara is the Sohag, as Kabir Sahib also speaks about his wedding. Kahe Kabir mohe byahe chale hain, Purkh ek Bhagwana. In the composition, very famous one, and it's recorded in Gurbani, is Gao Gauri Dulhani Mangal Chara Mure Grah Aaye Raja Ram Bhatara. That the Barat of the 33 crore Devi Devte, sab log aaye Barat mein chal ke, the whole entourage came along, but the Purkh ek Bhagwan jo hai, wo mujhe byah ke liye chale hain. So the idea, but it's from the Laukic real, which is the idea of byah. Then the idea of घोड़ियाँ और लावा जो फेरे जो होते हैं उनके ऊपर inspired हैं compositions. But again, this fera is with the Parapurk Parmeswara. It is not with any idea of any form or any incarnation. So for me, the idea of Shringar has been, because Guru Nanak sings about Hari Hari Har Kantale Pehre, Damod Dantale, how are the eyes ornate and so on and so forth. What is the kajal, what is the surma, etc., etc. So aap kuch, can you show something about abhinaya? Let's say you've spoken about Pandit Arjun Mishra, and of course your very, very moving conversation, the first conversation with Kalanidhi Narayan ji, when she so beautifully tells you, well, don't give me the fees. If you come in the train, maybe then you can pay.
No, I have to actually tell one more thing about Kalanidhi Narayan. I go to her class, and there is this small room where she teaches. I'm telling you, I've been blessed to be so much. And I go to this room every day, and she teaches she used to teach no more, but she used to teach in a small room, and which had a door. The door was always open because she liked to interact with, her house help and everyone. So one day there was some sound coming from the kitchen, and she told me, "Ma, just close the door." So I get up and I close the door. When I close the door, I see that behind the door is placed, "मैं भारत का राष्ट्रपति आपको पद्म श्री प्रदान करता हूं." So there was her Padam Shri hanging on the wall where it was hidden all the time because that door was always open. And I look at it and I see if there was somebody in Delhi, the Padam Shri would have been in the drawing room at a place where the moment somebody enters, you will see it straight. And this woman puts it on a wall in her class where the door is always open. I just saw it by chance. It was right there. And I said, Mommy, it's right here. She said, Ma, I found that nail, I put it there. She found a nail, so she put it there. It wasn't that she created a nail for that Padma Shri citation to be put. So it was a memory that came because I always remember that. So it's vivid in my memory, her saying that. So yes, that was there. But coming to your talking about Shringar, Shringar has many layered emotions when we talk about songs. You've mentioned Gurū Nānak, yes. But like I said, that I haven't researched much on how Gurū Nānak depicted Shringar. But yes, I have worked on the traditions which I have seen in my environments, I may say, which is largely that, Shringar is depicted, and interestingly, when you mention Kabir, every poet largely had given his own his own version of Shringar, interestingly, through a color. And Kabir always depicted it through the color of text. So whether it was Lali More Lali Dekhan Nahi Then
just hold on a second, Manjari. Can I pause you for a second? Because its audio issue is there. The sound is very sort of tunnel effect is there. Can you, by chance, if you look at the top of the screen, where on the top left there are 3 lines next to my name? If you can click on that. No, that's you've changed the direction of the screen. You don't have to do that. You click on your face, your small PIP thing.
Yeah, that I will do.
And I see. Okay. And then if you go to the settings of Skype.
No, that's where I'm going. The moment I go on the setting, it turns out.
I see. It turns out. Okay. If you can go to the settings of that again, but you could hear me still.
Yeah.
No? Yeah. And then look at the audio video settings. Can you see them? Audio video?
No, I get add people, share screen.
There are 3 dots next to your own name on the right side.
Yes.
Just click on the 3 dots.
They're on the bottom of my phone, so I'm seeing them. When I open the 3 dots,
it says
allow. Yeah, I'm not seeing settings.
You're not seeing settings there? No. So it will be on the top left where your name is. The chat window is open. There are 3 dots there. Are they there? Very small 3 dots, horizontal.
Yeah, I can see those 3 dots.
So there's no settings.
3 dots. There's no settings that come. It says allow incoming video, turn subtitles on, and people start recording, send a heart, and share screen. That's about it.
That's it. Okay. I guess we can't do anything. I was hoping that there's some auto thing that we can turn off and check the level. Doesn't matter. We'll come back.
I haven't used Skype for years.
Me too.
So
it's different for you. Do you have a laptop by chance handy?
Yes.
Let's. Why don't we switch to laptop?
we're already almost done, Bhai.
But it'll, you know, the
What did you
audio.
eat?
अरे छोड़ो वो, मेरे पे छोड़ो आप,
I
कब
mean,
बंद
what did
होंगे?
you eat? I told you alarm बज जाएगा. There's only as much a person can talk.
Acha, anyway, let's. All right. So
So
instead of.
what I was saying that when we are talking about Shringar, we find that I found interestingly in the poetry content that each poet gave his own color, if I may say, to Shringar. So where you know Kabir said, "Lali more lali, with lal, lali dekhan mein gayi, main bhi ho gayi lal." So you know, Kabir didn't say, you know, jo rangyo majitha rakhiyo. It's always a shade of red which Kabir spoke about, and vis-a-vis marriage. But when Amir Khusro talked about love, he talked about gori gori baiya, hari hari churiya, baiya pakad hari hai. So there was love, there was again shringar, but there was a different color. He did not say lal lal churiya. He said hari hari churiya. So somewhere, when I left into it, I found that there was also an association of color with shringar. Now, as a dancer, why I'm saying that is that as a dancer, because I am in a mode of expression or medium of expression, which also has a possibility of a visual. Unlike a musician, where it's an oral thing which people are able to hear, but here people are going to see. So when we talk about Shringar, I actually explored it in many layers. So even as a color, if I may say, the outfit, the color of the outfit that Pranam wears, I'm known for wearing white and black because of the work that I did. But for Shringar, when I had to depict a certain particular poet, I would try my best to be able to wear an outfit which would be of the color that the poet thought of. Now, maybe generally the audience would not know, but I know. So when I work on that, doing the same Shringar, so as the Shringar of a Suhagan, whether I am doing it lines or the poetic lines of Kabir, or I'm doing it to the poetic lines of maestro, or I'm doing it to poetic lines to Bhai, it would generally be the same. Because the essence of Shringar would be similar. I haven't done it with Gurū Nānak's poetry, hence I'm not using that name, but I'm saying that largely the poetic content that I've used as for Shringar, it's largely been similar because the whole concept of Shringar in the Indian context is largely very similar. And as I said, that there is a grammar behind it. So we are taught certain movements which become our framework for creating the Shringar. Now, the detailing goes in that, and which I will share here, is that now it is Lucknow. So probably you may not find it in Punjab with the artists, but that's why I'm sharing this with you. Is that my Guruji, while teaching me Shringar, which was Sola Shringar, so there was everything. There was with the earrings, wearing a mounting cup, putting it right, wearing a necklace, which are basic things, wearing a ring. These were all taught to us as gestures. There was one gesture which was taught to us, and I actually had laughed at it at that point of time and thought that, when on earth am I going to use that? But like I said, I'm using it in a different project. Was pan lagana. So, the dancer does this. She folds the pan, takes a bite, and then her lips are red. Now, this was a part of Shringar gesture that I learned in my religion. And when I was, seeing that, and I thought, who's going to ever use it? But now I realize that at that point of time, probably there was no lipstick, and this was, kind of used to depict that, the lips are now red. So it was something which was to do with pan. Now, who would think that this pan lagana would be part of a dance tradition? Yes. In Lucknow, it did become part of the Shringar dance tradition. And now it might not be written in books. We all know that there are a lot of things that are not written in books, but we are taught that as a Urdu tradition, and I was taught that as a Urdu tradition. My Guru taught me, I used it. So somewhere, Shringar has many layers, and also would at the same time be consistent because it is associated with Suhagan. Like, for example, I was working on one composition from Punjab, my Yaar Gurū Nānak Dēv. It was a Sufi composition, and which I was working for a student who had come with a request saying he wanted to. Now, when I went through, when I went through my own translations, I found that, okay, this is what it is. Fine, nice. Then there was a lady who I met, she was sitting and I was just discussing the composition with her. And, she told me one insight into it, that before the marriage of the girl in Punjab, there is water that comes from the boy's family in a matka, and the girl takes a bath with that water before she is married. Now, this is something of a tradition I do, and whether even in Punjab in different sections, there are different rituals. But she said that, my Yadi Harudi, it essentially means that now I'm going to be I'm going to bathe in the water that has been sent by my beloved. Now, that when you bring it to a sense of physical love is a different realm, but when you take it to a different realm, then it is, that the Almighty has sent you that has come. So my perception or expression in that composition changed the emotions because of certain ritual which I was unaware of, because I did not know of this ritual. It was a ritual of child.
Yeah,
so there is
it would be one clan. It's not a general Punjabi ritual, but must be there are different families, clans, tribes. They have different rituals. Yeah. But
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
what I
beautiful,
said.
but it's a beautiful thing that you're sharing. Yeah.
But it changed my own perception of how I was looking at that conversation. Because my Yadi Garudi. Now it was for me a different layer. With her inside, the layer changed. So even while I'm saying that Shringar, even with the very basic Shringar, there is a very different layer that comes every time. And again, it also comes with your own growth in sensibility. It's also your own growth as an artist. You grow, you see different layers of the same thing.
Before we request you to share something with us, Bhai Dance, quick.
That would be the last one.
Yeah. So the quick questions. What is, from your perspective as a dancer, what is raga to you?
What is
a rag to you?
Rag do to it.
No. What is a rag to you, for you? आपके लिए राग क्या चीज़ है? राग को कैसे समझती हैं आप? आपके लिए एज ए नृत्यकार राग का क्या मायना है आपके लिए?
Rag is what we use as a base to showcase our emotions behind us. So what would be a rag to a musician is what would be a rag to a dancer. I don't think so that would be anything different to a musician or a dancer. So what would be the essence of rag for a flute player or for a singer or for a dancer would be similar for everyone. We all choose our rag that we want to perform in, and what we feel that the poetry will be rightly represented in. And now, largely, if I may say that as dancers, the only thing is that we are exempt from the fact that we might use a morning raga for our evening performance, क्योंकि वो हमारे music में set है. So I think that leeway dancers take, which probably a musician or a singer would not. The dancers do take that leeway, and also take a leeway in terms of switching from one rag to the other rag from in the same performance during different compositions. So that said, that is the technicality of it, but the general essence or feeling of the rag is similar for why every performer.
Okay. So
because what is raga if it's not rasa in the performer itself?
So different ragas, I mean, a particular rag has a particular rasa or an emotion. Is that right for you? Like for a bhairav, for example, or a kalyan, for example, or a bihag, or a kedar, or a malkans. So you use, when you use them for your, when you choose them for your performance, you choose them, as you mentioned about the poetry, a certain bhava. So let's, what would make you choose a kedar, for example, versus a malkans or chandrakans?
Malkans is very widely used in dance. But see, we don't traverse into many rags, which are generally again used in compositions and brought out. Like, for example, I'll tell you that one composition that I was doing, and I wanted to depict a old world era, and it was part of my courtesan project, and I wanted to depict not a frivolous dance, if I may say, but a dancer with a lot of content. So at that point of time, I'm sharing this because I remember, deciding on different rag and working and thinking, sounding, Baiṭhak, which and surprisingly, Lalit came.
I see.
And it just came so beautifully set in that composition became subsequently my favorite. But before sitting down for the music, for deciding on the music, Lalit was nowhere in my, I would say, mind. I was moving between Malkos to Kala, ye theek hoga. But somehow the person who was playing Sarangi started Lalit. And I said, wait, this sounds beautiful. So then we tried it in Lalit, and it just went perfectly.
Yeah, that's good. That's good now.
Okay.
So Lalit,
yes, that was all.
Lalit,
my alarm. We've been into 2 hours, and I'm cleared.
You're not cleared yet. That was your alarm, not mine.
Lucknowi nazakat in mind. Gala bhi dard ho jata hai.
Bilkul. So coming to that, that's very kind of you to share how you choose ragas. What about tal? Is there a favorite tal of yours that you feel at home and that you can go on dancing forever? Or any tal is okay? Mostly it is Teen tal which is mostly used, I understand.
Teen tal dadra, that's that is something which is always used, which we use largely. And tal is also, see, my work, if I may say, Bhai Baldeep, is not, I don't go into the mathematics of using, I would not, for example, try and use 11.5 mantra to perform. just to show a technicality and just to show something that, look here, I can dance Sade Gyara mantra because my Guruji taught me, so I know Sade Gyara mantra. But if it doesn't, if I don't feel for it, if it doesn't create emotion in my body, I will not perform to it. So somewhere there are a lot of tal which I actually learned from my Guruji are written with me, the compositions are written with me, but I am not performing them.
I see.
Because they don't feel right when I'm doing it. So somehow over the years we also find our own, I won't call that a comfort zone, because comfort zone means that it's easy on you. But I'm not saying that, but it feels right in the story that you're telling. It feels right in the expression that you are expressing. And it does, for me, it is that the tal should not be oppressive on the composition. The tal should just blend together and go. Whether it might be Sade Gyara Matra only in some composition that it blends beautifully and it goes. And you know, it's just there, right there. But to use it as a technique, to show a technical mastery, I haven't been using tal as that. I've been using tal as a base for telling the narrative that I want to tell. So now in that, like I said, that largely Teen Tal, because it's very very balanced and very easy to use again. And largely most of our dance pieces fit very easily into it. And then I have worked with Dadra, because most of the compositions, the music compositions were set to that. So that there's no inhibition, I would say, in terms of using a tal, as and when what composition works in which tal, we use it. But I would not go using that, oh, today I will do a composition only in Jagtal, or I will only do in Dhamar. I don't go by that perspective. I go the other way around, that I'm working on this expression and this is what I'm going to express. Which tal would suit it better, and then use that.
So, can you choose one expression that you want to make, and how would you choose a tal? Can you share with us that process of what would you choose a certain tal for? Have you, like in the past that you've done, what made you choose? What was it that you were looking for, that you thought a certain tal would deliver for you?
Like I said, that जो उसका चलन, सबसे पहले उसका चलन कि किस तरह चल रही है, और उस ताल पर जब when I dance to it, what would be my kind of I would say my chalan also, if I may use the word. Then it, like I said, it decides on its own that when we take a poetic content. अब अगर मैंने आपको बताया, गुरुजी ने मुझे बस वो कवित लिखवाया था, चंद्र बदन में गिलोच। अब उन्होंने ये तो नहीं बोला था कि ये झपताल में होगा, ये ताल में होगा, ये धमाल में होगा. He did not tell me anything. But when I sat down and I started working on it, वो तीन ताल में आया. So but again, we all know that as performers, that उसका थोड़ा सा चलन बदल देती तो वो धमाल में भी फिट हो जाता, थोड़ा सा गैप बना देती. So we all decide that, but the way it blended so beautifully into Teen Tal, it's got stuck in Teen Tal. So it wasn't a conscious decision that, okay, now that I have found this composition, अब इसको मैं इसको झपताल में ही set करूँ. No, but somewhere if there is a certain paran which looks nicer in that, उसका mood अच्छा आ रहा है, we change to that. So I'm not. I go by more of the feel of what I'm doing and what I'm expressing, and use the technique to express that. So I don't put the technique in front and then use the emotion. I put the emotion in front and then use the technique. So that's largely been my way of looking at a work.
Who are the dancers that inspired you the most?
Oh, so many of them. Like I said, Rohini Bhate, whose work I saw and I thought that she's incredible and that she could do this. Kumati Lakhya, because she reinvented the complete visuals of Kathak. And Protima Bedi, she inspired me a lot. And in fact, she's also one of those people who initially, I would say, helped me structure my dance. And something which I would have learned as a dancer after dancing for 20 years, I learned at the start of my career in 1998 because of her. And what was the most important thing that she taught me, and I tell my students now, is I learned from a male guru. So when I met Pratima Bedi, I was already performing. I was doing short films for Muzaffarali. She in fact saw me in a performance in Bangalore, and she asked me to join Nrityagram. And that's how I met her, and I did join Nrityagram. I lived there for a year, and when she passed away, I came back to Lucknow. But when I went there and my associations with her, what happened in those was that she asked me that, you learned from a male guru. I said, yes. And she said, do you realize that you are dancing, your gurus dance with your body? And I thought, what is she saying? I actually didn't understand. And then, because I was in Nrityagram and we had a very different life because we were embedded into dance day and night. We had no television, nothing else, to do. And there was no WhatsApp and internet at that point in time. So I had a lot of time to introspect. So I thought what she's trying to say. And then one day I sat down with her and I said, Garima, you mentioned this and I did not understand it, but now this is what I'm understanding. Is it right? And she laughed and she said, I'm surprised that you even gave it so much relevance. I said, I did, because I did not like the fact that I'm already performing. I'm known as a performer. I'm doing shows, and here you are turning around and telling me that you are doing you're dancing, your gurus dance with your body. I said, I did not understand that. But then I understood that there are certain movements that are good for a male body as a dancer. They might not be good for a female body's dance. We all as dancers need to adapt dance to our bodies. It's something that you naturally do as a dancer. And like I'm saying, I probably would have done after 10 years of performance by watching my own videos and saying, oh my God, this doesn't look good on me, this doesn't come out good. But I learned it at the bang start of my career. And in Nrityagram, I till date remember, there were huge mirrors which were there, and I stood for 3 months, restructured my dance completely to suit my body. And today when people say, oh, she takes her movements very beautifully, it is because of Garima, because she pointed out that to me. And I took that seriously and reworked that completely. So somewhere, as a dancer, there are a lot of inputs that go into making who you are today and what your creative format of work is. And probably if she hadn't pointed out, I wouldn't have seen that. So like I said, as a dancer, because that instrument is available to me 24 hours and I live in that instrument, which is my instrument for medium of expression, it becomes imperative for me to understand that instrument to its best capability and then use it as a medium of expression.
Tell me about the Sufi Kathak thing. I know that it was sort of controversial. I've heard many things behind your back. I've been witness to many. People said, what is she doing? What is the Sufi Kathak? ये क्या चीज़ है? कुछ नहीं होता है Sufi Kathak. All of this. But I'm not interested in those. People can have, they're welcome to have their opinions. I'm interested in what drew you into it. What is Sufi Kathak for you? Also the name, I think that was quite interesting for me to see. Tell me about your journey into Sufi Kathak and what it meant for you.
This if we start on this, then this is another hour. and we are already over with 2 hours.
That we are
and
never
my voice
over.
is going
2 hours
now.
was not
My
never
voice
a
is going
limit.
now.
Come on,
Yeah,
come on,
my voice is going now, but anyway, I will answer because that's my work. That actually that's my work that defined me as a performer for all these years. When you say controversy, yes, it was very controversial. May still be, but now if you just go on YouTube or Google and you see the number of dancers doing Sufi Kathak and the number of gurus teaching Sufi Kathak, it's mind-boggling. So that is also the fact that you know it wasn't something which was frivolous, which could have been wished away. It was something which had a lot of thought process behind it. Chronological age has nothing to do with understanding. These understandings come at a time when they have to come. So yes, Sufi Kathak does define my work, and if I may say, in terms of controversy, even now when I'm doing the courtesan project and I'm doing the dance of the Tawayaf, I am still controversial because people say that ये तो कहती है कि तवायफें कथक करती है. When I'm doing actual traditional Kathak, then also I'm told that oh, what does she do? She doesn't do Kathak. So that is a different thing. But that said, now when we say Sufi Kathak, it's been now 20 years of Sufi Kathak, if I may say. I formally launched it as my work in 1999 in Lucknow, and in the year 2000 at the Habitat Center on 10th of January 2000. And now you may like a certain kind of work or you may not like a certain kind of work, but you cannot rubbish a creative work without knowing the aspects about it. So Sufi Kathak is a terminology which actually came because visually my Kathak was so different from what Kathak people were watching that it was difficult for them to say that she is doing Kathak, because I would have kavals sitting and performing with me, whereas for classical Kathak traditions you had the classical musicians sitting and performing. So I had the kavals, or I had the Sufi manganyars who would sing the Sufi music of even Punjab and Sindh. So I would have the manganyars, or subsequently the kavals of Punjab. So now all these were not part of the tradition of Kathak. So the grammar largely, even if it was Kathak, but the use of grammar was so different that people did not associate my dance as the regular Kathak that they saw, and hence it started. I would say that I actually never coined the word Sufi Kathak myself, but I came to be known. My dance came to be known as Sufi Kathak, and gradually it became my identity as a performer. Now, what it meant was that when we talk about the core philosophy of a dance form or an art form, most of the Indian, and I'm trying to be very brief about it because I see that there's, we've already spent so much time, but I will explain.
No time. We just began. Manjari, don't. Why are you bringing the watch in between? Why?
The watch, right?
We know my conversations are never bound by 1 hour, 2 hour thing. I never said anything about 2 hours.
But there is a limit to that a person can.
कोई limit नहीं है. Bhai Baldeep Singh is a limitless fellow. It's a limitlessness incarnation. My incarnation will be remembered as limitlessness incarnation. So don't worry about it.
हम बात कर सकते हैं. हमारी तो एक लिमिट है. कल हमारे
आपको बड़ी दे दी जाएगी. फिक्र मत करो. बहुत गुंजाइश दे दी जाएगी.
So basically, when we say that there's always a philosophy that is behind, that drives an art form, and when we look at Indian classical dance forms, and I speak not in terms of largely music, but largely in terms of dance, most of the Indian classical dance forms are based on Sagun Bhakti, what we call Sagun Bhakti. Now, what we mean by Sagun Bhakti is very largely, if I may say, that a God with a form. That is what it is. Then there is a whole set of bhakti which is called the Nirkun Bhakti. Now, Nirkun Bhakti, as it depicts, it's a formless God. But Nirkun Bhakti was explored in classical music. There's a whole stream of Nirkun Bhakti, which was an exploration, and largely, if I may say, Kumar Gandharji was exemplary in using that. But Nirgun Bhakti wasn't explored in classical dance. And that was what was my work in Kathak, which was exploring Nirgun Bhakti through my language, which was Kathak and which was my dance. Now, when we talk about exploring the formless through a form, I'm already creating a contradiction by saying this, that I am going to be depicting the formless God, through a form which is my body. So it's very easy when we are talking about Sagun Bhakti, and it's very easy when a dancer takes the mudra of a flute, and people understand she's going to tell a story of Krishna. But now, when as a dancer, I'm using the body and I'm going to be saying that I am talking about an Almighty that has no form. Now, there lies the difficulty for a dancer. So my work, if people judge it rightly with the thought process of what I am saying behind it, and not judge it from a perspective of कि ये पहले exist करता नहीं था, it never existed. Something which never existed can exist today. So if it is seen with the right perspective of the thought put behind it, so this work largely took people to a spiritual identity which need not have a form. So I would tell people that I can't do it right now and refer to it, but they can go on YouTube and watch a YouTube performance and see why I'm saying that. Is that people would come for a concert, see a performance, know that it's a spiritual performance and she's talking about bhakti, but will go back with no form in their minds, that how did the God look. So that was the work which was there, and it also largely translated to a sense of aesthetics also. Now, I may be blamed for using sense of aesthetics for depicting a story, but then I'm a dancer. Even Natya Shastra allows me to use sense of aesthetics. Lighting, costumes, makeup is a sense of aesthetics for a classical dancer, and Natya Shastra states that. So I used that sense of aesthetics to depict the thought that I want to share. Now, what was the sense of aesthetics? The sense of aesthetics then became that I wore outfits which did not fit into the framework of a tight churidar pajama outfit that a Kathak dancer wore. I changed that to a more flowing outfit which was shapeless, because for me to take you into a spiritual format, I did not need to show the shapely figure of a dancer. It had to be something which was negating the form. So hence came those flowy outfits which were worn by me, which were largely white or black. Now, black became a huge question initially, with a lot of people questioning me, saying, how dare she wear black and come on stage? It is inauspicious. And we are talking about classical dancers not wearing black, largely wearing bright colors. So, but if you go behind the thought process, why are I wore black? Because I am negating a form visually for an audience. Now, when I negate a form, there are only two colors which help me negate the form. It's either black or white. And so I largely, initially came to be known as that, oh, वो काले कपड़े पहनकर स्टेज पर आ जाती है. अरे काले कपड़े क्यों पहनती है? पूछ के तो देखो मुझसे. I will give you an answer why I wear don't judge me by the fact that I wear different colors. I wear different colors. Like I said, if I'm performing to Amir Khusro and doing a Shikar piece where I'm depicting the love of Amir Khusro as he has depicted, I will try and wear green and sit there to showcase what the poet's imagination of color was. It's not my imagination, it's the poet's imagination. So it all is a creative format of a work where a lot of creative work goes, because as a dancer, I have the agency of costume, I have the agency of light, and as a percussionist, you might not have that agency, but I have it. I have the agency of music, how to use that, and I have the agency of my own dance language, and so I choose to use all four agencies when I want to showcase the narrative that I want to show, or a story that I want to tell to my audience. Okay. And so there is Sufi Kathak, which is different from it also from the regular Kathak in its basic concept. And therein, when the basic concept is different, there are many differences that come in. And I can include a composition of Baba Bulle Shah into it, because I can include Irani music into it. I've included, music, classical music, obviously. I've included Qawwali into it. I've included Kashmiri music into it. And that's why my repertoire says 388 musicians, because, the during the narrative and the storytelling, the whole borders opened, and there was so much that I could get into my framework of storytelling.
It's fantastic. Can I take a 2-minute break, because the Contest project is very important. I just need one of my executive assistants who's just repaired a machine in the studio, the old spool player. I just need to. Can we take a 2-minute break? Because Contest project is important. 2-3 minutes. Can we convene back?
That's okay, but yeah. I would also.
And then we'll conclude soon. Yeah, we'll conclude soon.
To, bring it to a close sometime now.
If you want to, if you want, we can close now. If you really don't want to talk to me, it's okay.
I would want to talk to you, but I can't talk for this many hours at a stretch. I tell you, my voice is failing now. My mind is not. My voice is failing now.
I know.
And it changes. You're asking. Look at this. That you're asking a dancer to sit on a chair, and a dancer who actually avoids any talking to machines and has been running away.
I'm not a machine, Manjari. I'm not a machine. Who told you I was a machine?
There's this tripod.
You were just talking about the Nirgun thing. This is the Nirkun Bhakti time. This is not Sargun Bhakti time. Thanks to the technology, we are able to talk to each other. Look, face to face. In Punjabi terms, the akh bataka, across the screens. Otherwise, it's not possible to come. If I come to you, we'll have to wear 20 masks at the same time. You'll have to be masked, and kya baat hogi? So, I thank the technology for being there. I know that you do too. I know, I'm just teasing you.
Yeah, and I'm not supposed to touch that so that the frame doesn't change.
And which you've changed like 4 or 5 times.
So I am like static in one position. Do not move, do not change, and be free to talk. Now you're telling a dancer who doesn't sit in one place for more than 2 seconds and keeps changing up.
We'll get you off this.
So that's what I'm saying. It's actually physically tiring.
No, we'll have you
in one place. And then you say, okay, 2-minute break, so you walk and come back and sit in the same frame and talk again.
No, then we'll do the dance first, and then I've got, there are a couple of questions, very beautiful ones from some of those who have joined us, just quick ones, and we'll do that. And when we come back in 2-3 minutes, we'll first do the dance, and then we'll do the last conversation about the Courtesan project and a couple of questions, and we'll let you be. Deal? In 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So, friends, my conversation with Manjari Chaturvedi continues in 2-3 minutes. Uh, oh, I had actually muted myself when I was talking to the screen. So let me start again. No, you're Manjari, you're muted still. So I'll have to tell again the story. Nobody was listening to me. Tomorrow, people, we'll meet at 6 p.m. with the Ustad Kamal Sabri. We'll be remembering Ustad Sabri Khan and the Sarangi maestro. And here is Manjari Chaturvedi's poster. And I'll be back in 2-3 minutes. Have a break. We'll see you in 2-3 minutes. So friends, my conversation tomorrow will be dedicated to Ustad Sabri Khan of the Senia Gharānā of Rampur and Moradabad. He was among the 20th century's most important exponents and musical ambassadors of the Sarangi and Hindustani classical music. He underwent training under his grandfather Ustad Haji Muhammad Khan, his father Ustad Chhajju Khan, and his uncle Ustad Ladar Khan of Rampur. He had the honor of performing the Indian National Anthem on All India Radio in 1947 upon the occasion of Indian independence. As a soloist and accompanist, he performed on some of the globe's top stages with some of the most important, exponents. He was the recipient of the Sahitya Kala Parishad Award, the UP Sangeet Natak Academy Award, the National Sangeet Natak Academy Award, a gold medal from the Pakistani ambassador, the Padma Shri Award, and the Padma Bhushan Award. I'll be in conversation tomorrow with his son, Ustad Kamal Sabri, who's a top Sarangi exponent. He's a top grade artist. And he's, of course, again belonging to the Moradabad Gharānā, who began training in Sarangi and vocal music at the age of 5 under his father, Ustad Sabri Khan. He's an established soloist and accompanist working with musicians from across India and beyond, including Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, Zakir Hussain, and Chick Corea. As I mentioned, he's a top grade artist of the All India Radio. He has performed throughout India and abroad at major festivals including the Harvallabh, Tansen Samaro, Saptak, Swami Haridas Music Festival, ITC, Sangeet Sammelan, World Peace Concert, Sangeet Natak Academy, Swarnotsav, Art of the Bow, Lahore's World Music Festival, BBC's Millennium Concert, and the late 24 hours Duraga. As a musical educator, he has served as a guest lecturer at prominent universities and conservatories across the globe. Sabri is a recipient of the Indo-Western Society of Instrumental Music's Best Instrumentalist accolade, the Indo-Sri Lankan Cultural Council's 2000 Young Maestro Award, and the title Sarangi Sultan Khitab from Harvallabh Music Festival. My conversation with the Kathak dance exponent of the Lucknow Gharānā, Manjari Chaturvedi, continues. I see that she has taken her asan. Welcome back, Manjari. How are you? देखा लगता है तुम्हें कहीं हाल ही में.
After talking so long, I haven't spoken at such length for any time.
Really?
I needed a cup of tea.
Oh, you did? That's
You can see the size of the cup actually.
Oh, look at that. I'm so jealous. I have to do with water. And it's because it's I think a liquor, whatever, whiskey glass, people think I'm drinking something to keep up with these conversations.
Yes, of course. You can hide it.
It's, I'm a Fauji kid, so I was probably born drunk. So, I have been fascinated about the idea of the Sufi Kathak. Frankly, you've always had me as a fan of that whole idea. Because for me, no classical dance if a rag cannot be a Sufi or a Sikh or a Vaishnav or a Sakat or a Shaiva, even if you name them on somebody, dedicate to Bhairav, this and that, it is not that they sang, because even in Natya Shastra there's no raga name. 2,500 years ago there were no raga names at all. Rag ka concept, Swara Sangataha, there was no rag. Rag only comes once in it, and that's more to do with praying, not at all to do with music. So अगर राग भैरव में अगर हम शैव हैं तो हम आदि मदंत जोगात जोगी सिर्फ गा रहे हैं, गुरबानी गा रहे हैं तो उसमें और गा रहे हैं, और अगर चिश्तिया सिलसिले से हैं या कोई पीर सैयद अली के मुरीद हैं तो अलग अलग सिलसिले गाए जा रहे हैं. If the rag cannot be synonymous only with a particular form or a faith or a religion, और ए म्यूजिकल फॉर्म, वो टप्पे में भी गाया जा रहा है, ख्याल में गाया जा रहा है, ध्रुपदों में गाया जा रहा है, यू सिंगिंग द सेम राग इन गजल्स एक्सेट्रा. How can, my argument had been, whenever in those behind your back kind of arguments, had been that how can you identify one music form, this time it is dance, with a particular idea, or disenfranchise another idea from having Kathak in it? Why can't an artist have the liberty of exploring something? What is wrong in adding, if tabla can be added when it didn't exist, right? It used to be pakhawaj at one time. If so many instruments can be added along with the idea of the Kathak dance. वीणा से चलते चलते कहाँ पे आज आ गया, वहाँ पे कई कुछ बच रहा है. How can you disenfranchise the idea of Sufi music and Kathak? And of course, names are given, names get concrete, they get associated. Now you have a Sufi Kathak, and your foundation is also called Sufi Kathak Foundation, and you're raising money for artists via the Sufi Kathak Foundation, artists who are needy. And I will of course later on, I'll want you to tell us about that as well, because it's a very, very important project, again very dear to me. I have argued for it. So that you know where I always stood, and I've enjoyed some of your performances whenever I could join. So it was very important for me to ask about that.
So I would say, I would take from where what you said, that singing Sufi poetry in Rag Lalit will not make it Sufi Lalit. Correct? That is where, the argument of, that, because the Rag remains, you can sing anything in that Rag, but you cannot name that Rag based on that. Now this is called Sufi Lalit. This is what your question is, and this is what...
No, but mine is not, because allow me to just come to... For example, if you were to bring the name of the rag, then if I say I could Baldeep ki Lalit, for example, I could create. So that freedom also is there. So my argument, because when it evolved to that idea that, because ragas are changed, but I would say, but then there are raga names. So if somebody is doing that, I'm glad you're coming to that, but my argument, why I intervened exactly is that I have argued like that. Please continue.
But that's what I'm saying. By you, I meant that you are, as a question, and that's because I've been asked this, whenever people have actually spoken to me and asked me. A lot of people don't ask me and have their own point of view, that's a different thing. But what I say is that even today, if there is a variation that is made into a rag, and a new rag is created even today by musicians. So there is a feasibility that with the existing grammar, which is the grammar of music, a takeaway thing is taken, there is an addition done to it, and a new structure made. That liberty is there in our dance forms and all classical music and dance forms. Why should I be questioned for that liberty which my art form gives it to me? And as a creative expression, what I want to express through the grammar that is there is my liberty as an artist, what I feel. Now, I will give you an example is that, I was questioned that, why would you still want to call it Sufi Kathak? Like I said, that it became synonymous with me. So anybody, would say Sufi Kathak, people will say Manjari. Somebody would say Manjari, what Sufi Kathak karti hai? So it was over the years, because it was so different for people, that it became synonymous. But I would say that as a Kathak dance form, in the classical formats, Kathak already had an element which was called as Darbari Kathak. I did not create it. It was there. So Kathak existed, and along with Kathak also existed Darbari Kathak. And no Kathak dancer, no Kathak scholar can deny that. So there must have been something very different in Darbari Kathak, that it was called Darbari Kathak and it wasn't called Kathak. And it existed. Even as Kathak students, everybody is taught the elements of Darbari Kathak and Tukda of Darbari Kathak. Similarly, what happened is that my work became so different that it could not be encapsulated into the existing Kathak. So it had to be put in a different capsule, if I may say. Now that capsule became Sufi Kathak, because it wasn't Darbari Kathak, it wasn't Kathak, and yet it was Kathak. So it needed to have a certain identity for people to relate to what my work was there. And like I said, it is not as if this is blasphemy because this is done. There existed an art form called Dasiyattam, which was in a way refurbished and structured to make into a form called Bharatanatyam. Bharatanatyam did not exist earlier. It was a name which was given to represent a structure of dance that was made. Now, I also say that my work will be judged as history. My work cannot be judged by, current, if I may say, the current scenarios. Because somewhere the level of understanding is the level of engagement of jo satsang kehte hai, jo I have heard my Guruji say that different musicians and people sat and talked and discussed, is not available today. So there is no satsang. There is only, like today I am the only one speaking, so I can speak whatever I want to speak, but I do not have a contradictory idea to what I'm saying, and for me to understand that contradictory idea is not a possibility in current scenario. So I have accepted the fact that there is my work will be judged in retrospect by the future generations. But I mean to say that I have to do that work anyway. I cannot limit my work with the fact that people will not understand. They will have to understand. It took 20 years for people to understand, but today they understand. Now, even the senior dancers say that, okay, yes, they might not like to acknowledge, but they have to accept the fact that there is something called Sufi Kathak that exists. But like I said, it was such a breakaway from Kathak that it did not fit into the regular format of Kathak. It wasn't Darbari Kathak. So what was it? It needed a different capsule name for it to be a representation.
Who thought of the name? Was it you or somebody coined it?
It was very organic, because it was also initially I used to write Kathak to Sufiana music. Then it became I think it was 1999 that Times of India or something carried a story, Sufi Kathak, Manjari's gift to humanity.
But was it planted? Was it given? Because sometimes we do that. We spread a rumor.
No, I don't think so. I was too young, Bhai Baldeep, to be so street smart. I was just.
This is not street smartness. I'm not talking about being. You cannot tell me of being. Accusing you of street smartness or whatever. How can just the Times of India now you want to just acknowledge Times of India कि उन्होंने coin कर दिया?
I'm saying that, but I have earlier press clippings which say that Kathak to Sufi singing. Manjari ka Nritya Sufi.
No, that is very important. Yeah. So the development. I'm just interested.
Yeah.
So it's that 1999 article and the Times of India. Times of India, or was it already happening before?
By the time, yeah, because say 1998, I performed it in Lucknow Mahotsav, which is the biggest festival in Lucknow, and I did the closing of the Lucknow Mahotsav with my performance. And at that time, I remember it was, I have to see the cutting, the press clippings and see, because it was a variation of names which were given for my performance. it was Kathak to Sufiana singing, it was Sufiana Kathak, then Sufi Kathak. Then I, started using Sufi Kathak because I felt
out of the different. Okay,
yeah.
So that's interesting.
I felt that was the best coinage of word that depicted my work, because what I was doing was perfectly well coined in that 2 words. So it became my identity, I would say 1999 onwards.
I see. I mean, for example, there's something that about the instrument Jodi, which you heard me play with Faim Saab for that recording for Muzaffar Ali, A62 Nizamuddin. When I revived the instrument's original name is Jodi. So when I came into the scene in the 80s, mid-80s onwards, 82 is when I first heard it, and I was attracted immediately. And 87 onwards, my education began in that. And I learned that it had become extinct actually, because just having an Aate Wala Dhama does not mean it's Jodi, because everybody was playing, whether it is a Namdhari Darbar, anywhere, wherever they were playing, right hand was all closed like a gat, left hand was open, almost what they use in Qawwali. A bit of thap or a little chanti and all that. So I revived that instrument and I said, this is Jodi. And I got the dimensions from my teacher, Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar. So Jodi, people were there, Jodi is tabla. Oh, tabla Jodi tabla, tabla Jodi. I said, come on, it's not that tabla. Jodi is the descendant of Pakhavaj. It's the ancestor of the tabla. This is Jodi, tabla Jodi. I said, no, then this is Jodi Pakhavaj or Jodi Mardang. Jodi Pakhavaj kept on. Now everybody is playing Jodi Pakhavaj, right, to this thing. So I'm versed with that whole problems, the dilemma, and I've gone through and I've revived so many instruments. Those who don't know how to play it are playing at their ustads. Those who don't know how to make them are multimillionaires making them. So they don't even send a little percentage of their earnings because of some of the instruments that I've revived, etc. So I understand and I know, not understand, but I've seen you face through the dilemma of how hyphenations can happen, Sufi hyphen Kathak or Kathak hyphen Sufiana music, all how it evolves. So that is the reason why I asked you, because I'm intimately connected with the idea of that struggle, when you want to either establish a new idea or re-establish an old idea. The problems are the same. When Professor S.K. Saxena wrote an obituary in honor of Bhai Arjun Singh Tarangar, who died in 95, the Shruti magazine's head writes back, and the letter must be in my life. He says, oh, I've never heard this Jodi being played in Dhrupad. I cannot carry this obituary written by Professor Saxena. Refused from Shruti. He says, I will come and check, whether this instrument is ever played. I've seen, those kind of rock walls, and those are all blasted away. But just to share that I'm intimately connected with that dilemma, it's a very personal question for me to ask you.
If I may say that, I have adopted one way in life, and that is that I have stayed away from any arguments. So if somebody, if I may say, you have been to my seminars, that I have now held 8 seminars on Qawwali and Tawayas. So it's not easy doing seminars on such unusual subjects, where nobody's ever done a Tawaya seminar or even Qawwali. There was never a seminar on Qawwali or a discussion. But what I've learned in this process is that I do not waste my time in arguing with people who just argue for the sake of argument. Yeah. If I may have a conversation with you, you may have a different point of view, I may have a different point of view, but I respect your point of view and you should respect mine. That's it. And somewhere, I realized that it worked both ways. One way it didn't work for me is that people didn't know the thought behind, the years of research behind the work that I presented as a dance. That was because I did not engage in any arguments or engage in any conversations because they were largely only about arguing these things. And I said I should quietly just keep working. History will tell, my work will tell, and that's it. But what worked in my favor was that I was able to get away from all that jargon and concentrate on what I wanted to do. So it in a way streamlined me, but at the same time, like today I'm giving you an explanation about the Badi Kathak, about Sufi Kathak, and about it being in capsule, it being so different. I'm giving those explanations, but those explanations were never given earlier because nobody asked me. So there was no platform. I can't go on my concert and people are waiting to see a concert and say, oh, I'm going to first talk to you about 1 hour for Sufi Kathak. No, they come to see our dance performance. So it's an audience. And very interestingly, one professor who came for one of my seminars and then subsequently watched a lot of my performances. And when he came and he told me, and I said that, you just pointed it out absolutely right. He said, Manjari, you don't write research papers, you perform research papers. I have now seen 8 of your concerts, and every concert is a research paper. And I said, Professor, you're so right. People don't realize how much work goes into the creation of a creative work.
Yeah.
And especially creative work which has history included in it, which is all the more dangerous because, people are right there to point out and take out faults in you because you are taking historical aspects.
Yeah. And what attracted you to that Qawwali, that Sufi music from Punjab, from Rajasthan, which is basically one race in a way? Was there a Sufi hidden inside of Manjari Chaturvedi that, apart from all the music that was available, the paraphernalia that you inherited from your teacher? As a student, you inherit the Kathak systems, okay, bansuri bhi hogi, wahan sitar, sarangi hogi, pakhavaj hoga, tabla hoga, text honge. What was the first interaction? When was it, when you thought that ye hoga? Was it suggested? Was it something that came from within you, or was it a chance meeting? How did it first begin?
See, as a dancer, if I may say, that what happens is that your guru teaches you dance and he teaches you items. Okay, so we all learn those items and we all perform those. There are dancers who in their career span of 20, 25 years or 30 years would have performed only those 5 items which their Guruji had taught and never created more. Yeah. So that is the usual, I won't call it easy, but I would say that is the usual path that a classical dancer does. I took a very different path because I never performed anything that my Guruji taught me.
I see.
So the items that he taught me, I'm using elements now, 15, 20 years down the line. But initially, I never used what he taught me as a performance item. I'm not saying about grammar. Grammar is separate. But as an item, it wasn't part of it because I suddenly moved on a different track. Now, for that, I feel there are, I don't come from a family that is associated with Sufi traditions. So I can't say that, it was a family tradition. I did not learn under a guru who had anything to do with Sufism, so I cannot say that also. The only thing that I can say was my being in Lucknow, because Lucknow has a very strong tradition of Qawwali singing. And invariably, at every program, there is a Qawwali.
I see.
And I increasingly was drawn to this music because it took me to a very different state of mind, which I could not reach through the classical music that I had at that point in time. But Qawwali took me to that. I'm talking about, so many years back. So it was I can use that word now, an ecstatic state, but at that time I did not know the word. I just felt that I feel for this music. And then I subsequently started working with Muzaffar Ali, who used Qawwali a lot. So I was exposed more to that music.
But that association had already begun before Muzaffar Ali's
my
project comes into your merges
and
with
then
your paths meet. I
it
see.
just comes in. And
I see.
then my exposure to Qawwali increased manyfold, and I started dancing to it.
But was it, so I want to come to that. Was it the text, the verses, the literature that Qawwali opened up?
Both
I
the
see.
literature and the musical structure of Qawwali, if I may say, that the way those repetitions come, the way the poetry comes in between, then suddenly the repetitions come. Obviously, the repetitions are structured to create the desired effect on you, and it was having that desired effect on me. So I realized that what is this music? Because why does it draw so much that I need to listen to it? And so I started reading books. And when I read books, obviously I was drawn into something called Sufism, which I had not known till then, because nobody in my family had any exposure to it. And then when I read about it, I associated Qawwali more. So then it just became a process, and I started dancing to Qawwali. And I till date remember the first time that I publicly danced to Qawwali was, I think, 1996 or maybe 1995. I don't remember correctly. It was at Neemrana at Aman and Francis had opened.
That's true. Yes.
And there was a fashion show that Muzaffar Ali had done, and I had requested him that I want to perform a Qawwali.
Oh, so you had already requested that. So you prepared even before your association with Muzaffar Ali began, but at Neemrana you already, okay.
But at Neemrana. And I remember that it was a fashion show, and I did the opening of the fashion show with a Qawwali sequence. And there was live Qawwal. So I till date remember the Qawwali also. It was Chap Tilak Sachi Mohsin. And two Qawwalis, I did the opening and the closing. And the opening was Eri Sakhi More Piya Ghar Aaye. So these two were, I performed, and this was way back even before I launched Sufi Kathak. But somehow when I danced to Qawwali, and it wasn't taught to me by my Guruji, because my Guruji had no inclination towards Qawwali. So it wasn't as if he had taught me that as a dance piece. So it was my own understanding of using the grammar with that music. So when I say that the journey was something which was from inside, it wasn't from outside. It wasn't as if one day I woke up and I said, oh, let me create Sufi Kathak, and I made Sufi Kathak. It wasn't that. It happened, and then, like I say, that people come into your life, and they come into your life for a reason. I again mentioned, Taimuddin Saab came into my life in the year 1999. In January 2000, when I did that concert at Habitat and I launched Sufi Kathak, Fahim Saab was there. He came backstage, he put his hand on my head, and he told me that बहुत खूबसूरत है, मुझसे मिलने आना. And I remember the next day, he was living in Nizamuddin at that point of time. And the next day I went to his house and I sat with him. I did not talk anything. I just sat there and cried. And he was just sitting and talking to me. I was sitting and crying, and I came back. He didn't ask me any question why I was crying. I didn't give any explanation, but a bond was made. And so he didn't know me, I didn't know him. There's nothing. So somewhere, people came into my life who completely started propelling me towards this. Muzaffar Ali was very fond of Sufi poetry. And so like I mentioned, that I came out of Angrez from convent. So I had nothing to do with poetic traditions and Hindi Urdu poetry. My Urdu is still so bad that sometimes, some artists say, Manjari, ab to seekh le. Ab Manjari kahan seekh le? Ab Angrezi bol leti. But I got that initiation into that poetry. And the poetry became my inspiration, if I may say, gradually, because the poetry took me to different levels of understanding.
Wow, wow. And a couple of questions is Vibhuti Sachdev asks, what is your favorite ground that your feet like the most to dance, that you feel like most to dance on? Stone, grass, wood, mud. Favorite ground, floor. Stone, grass, wood, mud. Second is your views on contemporary trends in classical music. Do you see yourself as a purist or a modernist? 3 questions actually. Vibhuti Sachdev's questions.
Yeah, favorite ground is wooden for practical reasons.
I see.
Yeah, for practical reasons, because the whirling, when we do the whirling and the kind of foot movements that we do, the wooden ground is the best suited. And because we dance barefoot, we don't wear shoes anymore. So it's there. So wooden is preferable. And sorry, I forgot the second one. What was that?
How is that? Before we go,
I'm a purist. I'm a purist or a modernist. That was one of those. I don't know. I want to call myself a purist, if I may say, with a modern outlook.
Good one.
I
like that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Because I believe. See, I don't say that there's anything wrong in our classical art forms. They are most beautiful, and they have so much scope to explore and embellish. There's so much to do. So that's why I'm a purist. But yes, I'm a modernist too. So, and anyway, I've never been able to stick to any label ever. I don't think even in this I could stick to one label.
कभी कांटों पे नाची हो?
किस पर?
Have you ever had to dance on the thorn edges? कांटों पे कभी नाची हो?
Swords.
कांटों पे, कांटों की नोक पे.
नहीं, I have not.
कांटे. कांटों की नोक पे.
नहीं. Physically नहीं. Imaginatively, yes.
अच्छा, कैसा होता है नाचना कांटों की नोक पे?
वो एक कॉम्पोजिशन है बनों के यार मी रक्सम, बहुत खूबसूरत है.
सुनाओ गा के.
तो गाना तो मुझे नहीं आता. ऐसे बता सकती हूँ. नमी दानम की आंखें छू दमी दीदार मी रक्सम. फारसी का है कि नमी दानम की आंखें छू दमी दीदार मी रक्सम. उसमें कि मुझे नहीं पता कि मैं क्यों अपने यार का दीदार करने पर नाचने लगता. आई हैव नो. एंड ये कॉम्पोजिशन मेरे पाकिस्तान में दोस्त हैं, उन्होंने मुझे भेजा, और ये मेरा बहुत सालों तक फेवरेट कॉम्पोजिशन रहा. उसको मी रक्सम करके मैं करती थी. फारसी का था तो मुझे लगता था लोगों को समझ नहीं आएगा, तो दिल्ली में कई बार मैंने कॉन्सर्ट्स में किया, और मैंने उन जनाब को भेजा भी लिख करके. मैंने आपने जो पोइट्री भेजी उस पर डांस किया, बहुत खूबसूरत पोइट्री थी. एंड आई रिमेम्बर दैट वंस आई परफॉर्म्ड एट कमानी, and one lady comes up to me and she says, आपने मी रक्सम नहीं किया. So I looked at her. I said, मी रक्सम. I said, you actually remember it? She said, मैंने IIT में भी देखा था और मैंने चिन्मय मिशन में भी देखा था, पर आज आपने नहीं करा. मैं हर बार वो देखने आती हूँ. That's when I realized that a Persian composition, which people might not understand, was somewhere had touched that woman, and she's coming and asking me, "Aapne mee raksam nahi kiya?" Because I think mee raksam was the only word which was easily understandable. So, नहीं कांटों पे नहीं करा, but उस composition को करते में 2 लाइनें आती थी जहाँ पर imagination थी, जहाँ पर था कि तलवार की नोक पर जैसे मुझे एक बूंद की तरह डांस करना हो, तो मैं वो भी करूँगा अपने यार के लिए. So
Wow.
that was an imagination I'd used once.
I
That's
see. Professor Ravindra Vasavada says, respected madam, what you revealed about the difference between male and female body expression in dance is a very inspiring fact of realization, and learning about this on your own, it is a huge contribution to appreciation of dance. Very grateful for this to you as learning. This narration is extremely enlightening. Actually, I have never heard this from respected Kumudini Bahan Lakhia either. That's Professor Vasavada, formerly Director of Conservation at CEPT University, Ahmedabad. And Manjari Sinha ji, of course, has joined. And she says Manjari was fortunate to have realized souls like Fahim Saab. Loved her reminiscing her meeting with Fahim Saab. So that's Manjari Sinha ji. आप ये मुझे लगता है आप हम नामियों की कोई साजिश है क्या? एक दूसरे की तारीफ करते हो आप लोग? हम नामी हो ना, वो भी मंजरी हैं, आप भी मंजरी हैं, तो अब वो भी, अब क्या वो तारीफ हो रही है या सच्ची मुच्ची तारीफ हो रही है? Should I believe what she's saying? Or is she being biased?
No, I believe whatever everyone says, and I'd say yes.
Okay. No, but that is a, I mean, of course, that's a very moving story, and I'm so glad that you shared that with us.
Yeah, उसके बाद फ़हीम साहब के पास मैं बहुत बार गई जब वो आर.के.पुरम में रहते थे. I used to go very often, and now I actually regret one thing, that I never recorded what he used to speak. You know, because he spoke such valuable things. But I, you know, उस समय कभी ये नहीं होता था कि recorder लेकर जाओ and record what he's saying.
Oh, what a pity.
Now those things are embedded inside. But you know what happens is that when the Guru speaks, say 100%, depending on your sensibility at that time, you're able to only grasp certain percentage of it. The rest of the percentage is gone. And that's what I feel sometimes with my association with certain people, that I wish I had recorded.
कुछ खास बात याद आ रही है उनकी? बताई हुई कोई खास बात याद आ रही है?
वो बहुत सी चीजें हैं. You know, एक चीज जो उन्होंने मुझे तब बताई थी, और वो subsequently I used that in my dance, is he told me that, you know, when we sing, between the two notes, there always has to be a silence. But that silence is also music. You cannot say that silence is not music. Uski bhi, that is also as important as those two notes. And he said, the day people come to know and understand that silence is the day when they understand music. And you know, I translated that into my dance, because from, say, A movement to B movement, when I have to reach, there is an in-between silence, which is because this is A movement, that is B movement. But in between also there's a dance happening. I can't ignore that, because that dance, from reaching from this movement to that, is also a dance which should be as important as A and B. So somewhere, you know, that's one of the things, very small thing probably he said, but it stayed with me. And there were so many things which maybe I did not grasp at that point of time. And if I hear the same or him talking now, maybe I would understand it better, but I never recorded it.
So the courtesan project, how did that happen? From Sufi Kathak to the courtesan project, the Tawayaf.
I guess
that's quite a transition.
Very, very big transition. And I guess somebody had to do it with a conviction and with equal stubbornness, if I may say, because everybody was up against a concept like this till a few years back. But like I said, that, you know, I only do what I feel for. So if there is something that is a driving force for me to do something, I do it. Poetics project actually started because if I may say that I run a foundation where I support, I do medical and pension support for old musicians. And so we are largely UP driven, so smaller towns, Barabanki, Badaयूं, Kakori, Khairabad, smaller towns. So there, I regularly get applications from ailing musicians for medical support or for pension. So I keep, disbursing things. Once I got an application, and that's why I'm telling you about the Courtesan project, is I got an application and a request, I would say not an application, a phone call request from Zarina Begum asking for pension. So my office, these girls asked me that there's a request. I said, yeah, I performed with her in 1999 in Lucknow, and she is a very good singer, and I recorded her for Muzaffar also. Okay, yeah, we must give her. So we started a pension. Then came a request that she has had paralysis and she needed some extra money for medical support. So I sent that money. And then I visited Lucknow. I thought, let me just go and see her. So now cut back to it that I had performed with her in 1999, and I remembered that she sang very well. And we were put together as a concert, and she had actually come to me and with folded hands, and she had said, if I may say in Hindi, she said, "आपने हमें इतनी इज्जत नवाजी कि आप हमारे गाने पर डांस करें." So I was a fledgling upcoming dancer and she was an established singer. So I'm being very frank, I did not even understand the hierarchy of it, the social hierarchy of it. And I laughed and I said, Zarina ji, ये तो मेरे लिए इज्जत की बात है कि मैं आपके साथ डांस कर रही हूँ. हाँ, और मैंने डांस कर लिया. I did not give it a second thought that what was the social structure, and I come from a Brahminical family of a social strata, a privileged status, and she was a Mirasin, not exactly a Tawayaf, but she was between a Tawayaf and a Mirasin. I did not think of it. We did a performance. It was covered everywhere in newspapers. I was very happy. I moved to Delhi. I started my own journey. I lost contact with her. Then when I went to see her, she was living in a 8x8 small room, and she didn't even have a wheelchair. She was just made to sit on a takhat, and that's about it. So I felt very sad seeing her, and I just sat with her and I asked her that Zarina ji, what can I do for you? Hindi mein bola, obviously. I said, what can I do for you? And this woman looks at me and she says, एक बार बनारसी साड़ी पहनकर stage पर गाना. And I didn't know what to say to her.
क्या बात?
I wasn't sure whether she could ever sing again. She was paralyzed, waist down. But she had this desire, and I was sitting there, tears in my eyes, because I felt that, she should have asked me कि मुझे 5 लाख रुपए चाहिए, 10 लाख रुपए चाहिए, 2 लाख रुपए चाहिए, because I'm giving her money, and she's turning around and saying she wants to sing on stage. So I came back to Delhi, and I told my girls, I said, I don't want to do a chota mota mehfil for her. I want to do a big concert. Let's do it Kamani or something, and let's do a big concert. She wants to live her dream. Let her live her dream. That is when I realized what kind of bigotry exists in our society. Because like I said, I come from a privileged background, a professor, father, a space scientist, bureaucrat, well-educated. I can speak English, which is a huge thing. And then I'm a Brahmin, fair-skinned. These are all privileges that I have been born with or I come with. And hence, there's a very different outlook for me as an artist. Now, when I came here and I went around asking for venue partner, sponsorship, the kind of answers I got jolted me at that point of time. Because the same people who were ready to sponsor my Sufi Kathak shows of Manjari Chaturvedi were not ready to sponsor Zarina Begum or Tawayaf.
Shocking.
And I was told this on my face.
Wow.
That तवायफों के लिए program थोड़ी करेंगे मंजरी जी. And I was sitting there and I said, she's a singer. You know, you Google, you just now, you will find at least 8,000, 10,000 ghazal singers in Delhi. And the ghazal gaiki was the Tawayaf and the Baiṭhak. So somewhere, I suddenly realized that somewhere we've gone very wrong. I did that concert, we did at IGNC. We had no sponsorship.
I see.
We got her from Lucknow. She came here. At that time, the minister was Kumari Shelja. She was the culture minister. We got the culture minister to come visit. Zarina Begum had a jam-packed auditorium. And she sang for 1 hour. And she had a standing ovation. She cried after that and she said, "Bitiya, ye log humse abhi bhi mohabbat karte hain." But she lived her dream. She was covered by 32 publications in India.
Wow.
And I was so happy for her. But all that was good. But what got me, I would say, what got me going was this bias against a certain section of women. And that's when it started. And I said, I will do it. And I used the word courtesan. My Instagram handle is the courtesan. Because I said, if I shy away from using that word, this is what the artists have been doing all throughout. Which singer in India doesn't sing Thumri? Which singer in India doesn't sing ghazal? But do they say that ye Inayat Bhai Derovali ki thi? Except for Begum Akhtar, nobody takes the name of any Tawaya or any Baiṭhak. I, as a Kathak dancer, have learned the history of Kathak, of all the male masters. I've never been told that there was a Malka Jan who used to do Kathak in Majid Ali Shah's court. I was never told her biography. I was never even told that there were Tawayas who did Kathak. So somewhere it was a very, very obvious attempt at not letting these women performers be given a space in history. And so I said that, okay, I will do it. I recreated the dance of the courtesan. Now, when people say that, oh, what does she do? She dresses up beautifully and she comes on stage and she creates a Meena Kumari-like look-alike and does a dance. No, because you don't see the homework that I've done. I've done homework on the poetry that was used at that point of time. I've done homework based on the text in Katha, because we are taught Darbari Katha. So there is a Darbari Salami that we are taught. अब सलामी का टुकड़ा किसी मंदिर में तो नहीं हो रहा हो,
वो ऐसे करके चलता है ना,
ऐसे करके
ऐसे
चलता है।
करके।
तो सलामी का टुकड़ा नवाब के दरबार में हो रहा होगा, अब दरबार में हो रहा होगा तो वो नवाब ही नाच रही होगी। So going by that standard, I took actually the elements
It's all reverse engineering. There is the scientist's daughter reverse engineering the product.
Yeah, but I had to.
देखा ना, मतलब साइंटिस्टों की जून काम आ गई.
So I went through all that. Now पेशकार का टुकड़ा. Now पेशकार का टुकड़ा कोई मंदिर में भगवान के सामने पेशकार थोड़ी हो रहा होगा, वो तो भाई राजा को दरबार में हो रहा होगा, तभी they were given money because they would come up with things. So I brought all that elements and brought it into the dance of the courtesan and created that. Then I started naming the concerts as Tawayaf concerts, bringing that word. A lot of people, and I'm being very upfront and frank here, a lot of people told me that you're committing professional suicide. Because now people will say that Manjari Chaturvedi does Mujra. And so, see the terminologies. So they said that from your work of Sufi Kathak, now suddenly you will be relegated to a space where, people will laugh and snigger and say, oh, ye to Mujra karti hai. Now, why are we looking down upon these women only based on gender? I very openly say this, that all the male performers who performed in the various courts. Whether they were Hindu courts or Muslim courts, that's irrelevant. But all the male performers that performed, we today touch our ear and say Ustad. But the female performers that performed in court, we say, oh, Nachne Gaane Wali. Where does this come?
Yeah.
Where does gender come into art? You have to first see whether that art is good or bad. Ghazal अच्छी है कि नहीं है, वो सही राग में गाई है कि नहीं गाई है, वो सही ताल में थी कि नहीं थी. उसके बाद ये देखो कि गजल औरत ने गाई कि आदमी ने गाई. How can you prejudge art based on gender? That was the question that I started asking. Yeah. But yes, I would say that apart from the sneakers and the laughter and some people saying, oh, ab ye Sufi Kathak nahi karti, ab to ye bhi Mishra karti hai. All those apart, I gained a lot of support from academics and even very reputed musicians, singers and artists. And they said that yes, this is what you're saying is correct. And we need to give them that space in our performance art history. And so it became an, what should I say? It became a very prominent part of my work in last 1 decade.
I see.
Sorry, I needed to do my battery backup.
I see.
The phone would conk off otherwise. No, and I have not touched the phone.
You did not. I'm impressed, actually.
Yes.
I'm
I'm
amazed, actually.
I'm a quick learner. I hated all of this gadget, the lighting, the gadget, to be able to, do these live shows. But I learned it because there's no other way out.
No other way out. The only way out is through the cyberspace is when we go out.
Exactly.
I came back from Italy after 72 days of lockdown with Dr. Tiziana, my very dear friend Tiziana, husband Valerio, and the sister Federica in Rome. About 15 minutes walk from our embassy. I landed on May 22nd, 7 days of quarantine at the Meridian. Next 7 days here in my study up. I have not gone out. The only time I went was to get Amrita Pritam's route from Amia Kumar. That's it. And I video recorded because I was going out of the house. I've been inside, nobody comes in. It's just, can you imagine?
I know.
It's crazy.
It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
And all said and done, it will, at some point of time, if not now, it will show on our collective psyche, on our psychology. It will crop up this kind of social distancing and this kind of alienation from people to an extent, physical alienation.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
will.
And
That's another.
yeah. But to come back to the idea, I have stories, very beautiful and fantastic stories. On the contrary, like my grandfather's and my granduncle's second teacher is Ustad Bhai Baldeep Singh of Mēlā village near Fagwara. And he was the Ustad of the Maharani of Kapurthala as well. He was part of the Sikh three trinity. Baba Jwala Singh, my great uncle, and Bhai Dal Singh of Lasada, and Bhai Baldeep Singh. He was blind, and he was an extraordinary taus player and a singer. He was called Samandar of classical music. His forte was not Gurbani music. He was a classical musician, all Talbandi and everything. This guy knew padas of Tansen, Swami Haridas, and named them, Nayaks and so on. He was like the classical musician. There was a Bai in Karachi, near Karachi. She had a massive mansion, and every year he would go. It was his annual thing, and he came back from there, blind man walking with his taus with his stick, and he reached Fakwara, and next turn was his village Mēlā, and he stopped. Then he turned back. He started walking back to Karachi, And he reached after, of course, several weeks walking and maybe hiking, sometimes a little cart going on or whatever. Many weeks later, and then he sits under the tree outside the mansion of the, of the Bhai. I'm forgetting the name, must be written somewhere in the diary. And then under the tree, he takes his taus, starts tuning, and then he starts playing it. And she comes running outside, comes to the chawara, she says, Raga Singh ji, तुसी ਤਾਂ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਤਾਂ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਆ ਗਏ that you had just gone a few weeks back and you're back. What happened? Everything okay? He's playing. She came down rushing with a silver thali with milk, and she's like a dawat. She came, sat down, and she says, drink some milk and have this fruit I've cut for you. And he says, nahi, मैं ना वो बंदिश तू गा रही थी उदा अंतरा मैं भूल गया. So she was singing a composition which he was sitting outside. That's where he would sit. She's a student of his, but she was singing a composition which he learned from her singing. He says, I reached my village back, almost there, and I forgot the stanza. Just tell me that stanza, then I will go. I'm not staying here. And she sat there feeding him milk, and he sang the composition. He says, done, now I'm walking back. So these kind of interactions I've grown up with. I have a part of the narratives that I received. Mant Gajja Singh, Gaurja, refused to come to Maharaja Patiala, Maharaja Bhupinder Singh. And she was Kolkata based, if I'm not mistaken. And then she refused all invitations to go to the Patiala court. Mahant Gajja Singh, the Rajguru of Patiala state, Patiala kingdom, and he even studied with my great-grand-uncle Baba Jwala Singh. Maharaj Bhupinder Singh studied with my great-grand-uncle Baba Jwala Singh. He was requested by Maharaja Patiala. He went to Kolkata. Outside the house again, he played with the taus, Ragvadhans. He began the alap. He was a maestro. Maestro of maestros, a virtuoso. And the kashish, Gorja, comes and kneels his bus. I will go mad, मैं पागल हो जाऊंगी. वडहंस बस. और मत कीजिए. And she says, what can I do for you? Anything. Can you come? Can I serve you a meal? He says, no, I'm not in a mood to eat right now. What would you like? He says, Maharaj Patiala requests for your presence to sing. He wants to listen. The entire darbar waits. She says, only if you take me and bring me back. To you I cannot refuse. Imagine a grand maestro, a fakir, and these interactions of the greatest of the Bhais, the Tawaiffs, whatever they want to call, there were many darjas, I understand, to condemn them into the silent trash cans of history is the worst thing that one can do, is beyond disgraceful. And I'm so glad and grateful even that it is, you're honoring that entire tradition.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm questioning through this project. That if I may say, like you have these pictures behind you, and which are of your gurus or maestros. Why doesn't
that's only me, by the way. That's just me, my maestro.
I can't see full. But I'm just saying.
I'm just kidding. Go on.
That you go to any of these institutes and you go there. There are images, but there are never images of Tawaiffs and Baiṭhaks. You will never find them. You go to any place, except for Begum Akhtar. That also was at a very later stage, because when she was revamped from Akhtari Bai to Begum Akhtar, and that's about it. But apart from that, they've just been removed from
Totally.
our performance art history. Now, even the instances that you are saying, are these instances recorded as part of biographies that students study? No.
Oh,
They're
the
not.
entire Sikh music is not there. Does it exist? Gurbani Sangeet doesn't exist in the country's music.
So,
Imagine.
what I'm saying is,
The music that is sung the most in Asia, music of Rampur, Gwalior and Delhi Gharānā, Mughal Darbar, is Hindustani Sangeet. Few regions in South India is Carnatic Sangeet, Hindustani Carnatic Sangeet. Rabindra Sangeet, authored by one maestro, right? 2,220 or 32 compositions or whatever, that is recognized. Gurbani Sangeet, authored by 36 elders, drawn from across South Asia, sung the widest, is not even a recognized art form. Integration of states, yes. Great union of states, yes. But where is the integration of the classical heritage and the cultural heritage of Punjab? That never happened. And what you're talking about is another Odisha, classical musical tradition of Odisha. Talk to Pandit Ram Haridas. He will sing, which is the classical music of Odisha. The vernacular idea, we've not respected and honored the vernacular, nor these very, very important traditions. Some of the greatest musicians in history have been the Bhais. And they were not second to any man in their times. They saw eye to eye with the greatest masters.
That those are aspects which have not been recorded. But I would say documented. I won't say recorded, but documented. But Hindustani classical Sangeet, Hindustani classical dances have very well been documented. There are books available. They are very well documented. But in those documentations is what I'm questioning. Where are the women? There are no women.
Yeah.
And how is it possible that you just chose to not document the women and document only the men as ustads?
Yeah.
This is bizarre. Today you have to see what Manjari does as an art form and then decide whether what she does is correct or wrong. You can't decide that because Manjari is a woman, she cannot do an art. This is not, gender cannot be used in art. Where painter, sculptor, you don't decide it based on gender. Why is a performance art being decided on based on gender is a question that we need to ask. And a lot of people, again, to put me on a back foot, also say, "तो अब आप क्या चाहते हैं कि हर जगह कोठे हों और मुजरा हो?" अरे, an IIC is a kotha, if I may say. What is a kotha? It's a space where you go and listen to music and dance. And you have an option of going to a bar and having a drink and have dinner afterwards. India International Center is that. India Habitat Center is that. NCPA is that. So we have, the spaces have changed. I'm not saying that you have to create those ghettos. You have those spaces. What I'm saying is that give those women respect they deserve and the place in the performance art history. Yeah. Don't make their families feel ashamed of the fact that their mothers or their grandmothers were Baiṭhaks or the wives. Just like any Ustad's son today, the moment he's born, writes Ustad before his name because he's born to a Ustad. Similarly, a Tawayaf or a Baiṭhak's son or daughter should feel equally proud. What is so wrong? They were into performance art. What an artist does in their private lives or their personal lives cannot be a judgment of the person's art.
Yeah. Talking of Pakhavaj, for example, when I played at the Dhrupad Mēlā in Varanasi, what was the joke? Acha, हम सरदार भी पखावज बजाएंगे तनिक तमाशा देखीन. Then I said ke, you're messing with the wrong fellow. I'm the Pagdi Nashi and I know the history, so I took them and I played anyway. Because that's not the important is not what a story, but I'm talking about discrimination. ध्रुपद गाएंगे सरदार. अच्छा, जब मैंने कहा कि आपके पास तो तवारीख बाद की है, my debates with Papa Saab, Fahim Saab and so many others. Professor S.K. Saxena. I said, what century Dhrupad do you know? What compositions do you know? I'll take you back to Baba Sheikh Farid 9 centuries ago, to Bhagat Kabir, Bhagat Namdev, Bhagat Ramanand and so on and so forth. Tell me if you have the music from that time. What Dhrupad? I said, what is Dhrupad? They say, oh, Dhru Tara. I said, bakwas hai. Dhru Tara to aapke liye achal hai, par koi bhi cheez आसमान में टंगी है, घूम रही है वो. अचल कौन है? धुर, जो धुरा है सृष्टि का, the origin. वो पदे, those padas that speak of the dhura, they are dhur pada. Old, आपको कभी भी ध्रुपद नहीं दिखेगा, नया टर्म है, ध्रुपद कहते थे. पर धुर is the origin of all creation. That pada which is revealed from that which is a revelation or that speaks of that parabaram. वो आप एक पदे, दो पदे, ते पदे, चौपदे, पंच पदे आप सुनिए, कौन से सुनेंगे गुरबानी से? हाउ कैन यू से सिखों को ध्रुपद नहीं आता? हमें तो छंद भी आते हैं. आप तो कहते देवता लोग ले गए स्वर्गों में. वीरभद्र मिश्र से I joked and he made me speak from the stage. He said, took my arm, he says, this we need to hear from the stage because I'm tired of the nonsense. This is history. Mahant Veerbhadra Mishra. And I said, I was just joking inside and telling that if you say कि देवता लोग स्वर्ग लोक ले गए छंद प्रबंध, तो मैं उन्हीं देवताओं में से होऊंगा. सुनिए कौन सा छंद सुनेंगे? So I started singing chants and everybody was in session, all the big names. So talking of Rababi tradition, imagine the Sikhs discriminating the Rababis. The Sangeet Natak Academy have written a major paper for the Shrestha Bharat Sanskriti. I said, you say in 1954, 5, 6 of Sangeet Natak Academy when they made the charter, what music will be studied, will research. Oh, say, the temple music of in Nepal, the Vaishnav Sakat Shaib Sangeet in Indonesia, vagara, vagara, all of that. But I said, what about the Rababis who were forced, who temporarily went to Lahore until they said now it's a new country? The entire Rababi tradition. And they were all Dhurpadiyas. Some of the greatest Pakhavajis. Bhai Moti, some of the greatest Taus players in history. They are not studied by the Indian after 1947. And my ancestor Bhai Sadharan is sitting next to some of the greatest Rababis like Bhai Mardana and are studying together from Gurū Nānak. And I think if we the thinker musicians, we the scholar musicians, who are not just mechanics, if we do not take issues, if we do not give dignity to those who have served Rāñgalī Laya, then we are not worth a grain of salt that we have, had the blessing of.
But agree, that's what I say. A lot of when I'm questioned, I say that with all my privilege and my understanding, and also my research bent of mind, yes, I'm a performer. I perform, but I also research. So with all these privileges that I have, if I don't speak, if I don't say things which people want them brushed under the carpet, then who will say? I only will have to come up and say. And I realized that after the initial things about all Baijis and Tawayafs and everything, I till date remember the first Tawayaf seminar I did at India International Center. And there's one gentleman, Pran Neville, who wrote the first book that I saw on Nautch Girls of India. And I have deep respect for him because he's the only one who actually gave such a elaborate full book to the Nautch Girls. And so I did a lot of interaction with him. I sat and I spoke. He was 94 years. He passed away 2 years back. And so he was pre-partition. He had also seen Kothas. He's visited them. He met Tawayas. So we had a lot of interaction and talk with him. And when I told him that I want to do a seminar on the Manjari, who will do it? Do you think, firstly, nobody will come and speak? So he laughed. He said, "Ek tu aayegi, tu bolegi, aur main sununga, aur main jaunga, main bolunga, aur tu sunegi. Hum do ka seminar hoga." So I said, "Nahi, Pranji, how is it possible? We have to get this on." And I till date remember that I went to IIC and I asked them that I want to hold a seminar. They were very forthcoming. They said, yes, we should talk about this and everything. So we did talk about this, and when it got finalized, we actually met and had a cup of tea at IIC, and Pranji laughed and he said, you managed it. I said, yes, Pranji. Now we've got the venue at least for the seminar to happen. But when I spoke to people, and I had Pandit Arjun Mishra ji come and speak, I had Muzaffar Ali come and speak, I had scholars like Veena Oldenburg, like Singh, who had written books, Sabha Diwan. So we had, a panel of speakers, Salim Kidwai, who had written on Begum Akhtar, and I realized that there were so many people who had done individual work, but collective forum and collective consciousness wasn't coming because they were scattered efforts in different regions. The moment we brought them together, suddenly people woke up and they say, oh, Tawaif ke baare mein, oh, Baiji ke baare mein. And I remember that day at the seminar, I was running around because I was the one who was introducing the panelists, and we had no funding, nothing, so we were just doing on our own, as always. And so I was the, donkey work, going and introducing, running around, unki gaadi pahuchi ke nahi pahuchi, doing all that. In between, there's this woman who comes up to me after I had introduced one speaker and I was coming off stage, and just before lunch break, and she comes and she says in Hindi, and she says, आप तवाइफों की बात इसलिए कर रही हैं क्योंकि आप तवाइफ की बेटी नहीं हैं. अगर आप तवाइफ की बेटी होती तो अभी मुंह छुपाए घर पे बैठी होती. And I was just rushing around, but she spoke the truth.
Yes.
See, what she said was actually ironically the truth. Then I was running around, and then I went back. I suddenly realized what she said. I said, क्या मैं आपका नाम जान सकती हूँ? She said, आपको मेरे नाम से क्या मतलब? मैं सुबह से बैठी हूँ, मैं सुन रही. I said, okay. Then all through the seminar, why I was hunting this woman, because I was sure that she had some connect with some Dawaya. Either she was a daughter or a granddaughter, because this kind of a statement could only come from somewhere. But that is what I feel is the worst thing that we have done as a collective society. We have made the progenies of these women feel ashamed of their of the art that their mothers and grandmothers did. And this, I think that I can never forgive our society for doing this, because this is unforgivable.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
As a collective, we are all responsible.
Yes, absolutely.
We can't hold any one person responsible. All of us are responsible for letting Bollywood drive our emotions.
I hold the government departments and the policy. It's their job. It's intangible wealth. That's why I said, brought about the Ministry of Culture's SNA's thing. When you talk of the intangible cultural heritage, people may have an issue, but to document them properly, all art forms, tangible and intangible, they had to be honored. They had to be studied. They had to be mapped. They had to be documented. Their grammar, their perception, the tools within, the tangibles and intangibles had to be noted down. That is where the failing happened. Yes, as people, we can talk about stereotyping, derogatory, हम गालियाँ निकालते हैं, किसी को कुछ कहते हैं, stereotypes हैं. But जो सरकारी महकमा है, वो तो माई बाप होना चाहिए ना हर आर्ट फॉर्म का. That is where we failed. And talking of this, Dr. Surinder Singh Pangu from Leicester says, I think she's a revolutionary. And then he's a darling of an elder, a very, very serious, he's a very knowledgeable one of music, very knowledgeable about music, and has been a patron. He's organized so much in the UK. And then Anirudh Kapoor says, I'm clubbing these two. He says, Manjari ji, what do you think is the inspiration that goads and guides you to be fearless?
I think, there's something which, if I may
So, Sadi revolutionary kudi, sanu das ki hai.
But you know, this is something I'm reminded of it, and thank you for him to say that. I would have to hunt for that press clipping, because my father initially kept all the press clippings that used to come out about me in the early till about 2002. And I remember there was a heading which was something like the revolutionary dancer.
Oh, did
And
it?
That was yes, and it was before 2002 because my father passed away in 2002.
Yeah.
So it was before that, because I remember it. You know, he used to cut those clippings and stick them on a A4 size paper and keep them. So I remember that clipping is that somewhere. So I guess, but that was in reference to Sufi Kathak.
You have to find it, share it with me. I want to post it in the comment section of that.
I will find it. I would find it.
I would have put it as an answer to reply to Sadaswanda Singh Pangu, Dr. Pangu.
Yeah, I would put that. Actually,
he would be so happy. Dr. Pangu will be so happy.
But yes, I guess, you know, two things is, one is that I am stubborn, and if I have an idea, I don't let go of it if I completely believe in it. If somebody asks me to create a production on something which I have no clue about, I go up and say that I don't do this, thank you very much, and I walk off. But something that I completely believe in, and you know, if I may say, that gender is something that I've always addressed in all my projects. Because whether it was even in Sufism, when I did Sufi Kathak, there's a whole section of performances that I did which was celebrating the feminine in Sufi poetry. Because women were kept away.
Yeah.
But at the same time, any poetry of surrender is incomplete without the feminine. So whether it is written by Rumi, it is from a woman's perspective. Whether it is Baba Bulle Shah, it is a woman's perspective. Whether it's Amir Khusro, it's a woman's perspective. Whether it's Kabir, it's a woman's perspective. So every man had to tap into their femininity to be able to depict the surrender in Sufism or Sufi poetry. So how can we negate the feminine? We cannot, because it exists. It is exactly that route with which you move forward. So somewhere, you know, that the feminine had been a part of it. Courtesan project became very strongly, if I may say, with the approach of gender discrimination, which I truly felt. And like I said, that when I tell people and I give them the explanation for it, they agree with me. It's not as if what I'm saying is, you know, just a hearsay, and I'm just saying it just like that. I say, this is my dance studio, which you're seeing behind me. Oh, now, if this, and this was this, I will quote you a small incident for it. That me, Pran Neville, who was 94 years old, Salim Kidwai in Lucknow, and my daughter, who was 7 years old at that point of time, or maybe 6, we went hunting around to see Begum Akhtar's kotha. So now imagine, there's a 94-year-old man, there is Salim Kidwai in his 70s, Manjari there, I won't say in what age, and you know, 7-year-old. Yeah, in her 20s, you know. So we all go hunting from, you know, one place to the other, going and finding Begum Akhtar's kotha. Now this 7-year-old was running between us, 3 adults, and hearing bits of our conversation. When we find the kotha, it's actually now owned by a lawyer, that building. So he doesn't allow anyone to get in. So we all were standing outside the gate, posing and taking selfies and pictures. So my daughter turned around and she asked me, Mama, what is this? So I said there was an artist who used to perform here, who used to sing here. So she said, oh, her studio. So I said, yeah. And then I turned around and I said, I told Pranji and Salim, I said, this is the simplicity. You know, the terminology has changed. Yeah. Instead of kotha, it's a studio. Studio is okay. So this is my dance studio, which you're seeing behind me. As during the conversation, you just asked me to do a dance piece. I got up and I did a dance piece. Does this become a quota? It's just a terminology. I'm a dancer. I'm sitting here. You as an audience have requested me to do a certain dance piece. Or if I was a singer, you would have asked me to sing a certain piece. I would have sung. What was so wrong? There was nothing wrong. So like I'm saying, that when I say and explain it to people like this, they actually see value in it. And also, I very strongly say that, we have used Bollywood as our reference material for anything which is to be done about the wives. So Bollywood is our reference. What was depicted as Meena Kumari or Rekha or 100 other wives that were represented in Bollywood. But do we use Bollywood as history lessons for any other subject? No, we don't. Why for the wives we use Bollywood as our history lesson and base everything on what we saw in Bollywood? That was for entertainment. They put masala, they put everything. Where is your history that you should study? So if you don't use Bollywood as a history reference material for studying history, why do you do it for the bias or the Baiṭhaks? So when I put such things, people actually understand where I'm coming from and what I'm trying to say. And that's where they, kind of come and support. I've had, even after people saying, hey, ab mujra hoga types, I've had packed houses, people are coming. And I'm not just showcasing the dance, I'm also telling their stories. So in every concert, there's also an actor or a storyteller who, after I finish a sequence, will tell something about the Tawai.
I see.
Because I want to go back with the histories. I don't want them to just see something beautiful and text me and say, oh, you look like Meena Kumari. No, that's not part of the thing. The part of it is that you should know who Inayat Bai was, you should know who Malka Jan was, you should know who Choti Chaudharayan, Badi Chaudharayan was. Whatever they were. There were bizarre names like Doanni Chavanni also. But they were women, they were performers. We can laugh at their names, but we cannot laugh at their art. We don't have that right.
Yeah. Why haven't you ever invited me for any of your courtesan projects?
I've always sent invitations, you've never come.
You've never invited me.
What do you check your WhatsApp? I'm sure you would have got each one of those. No. I'll tell you screenshots and you post them here. I'll tell you screenshots of
another wild, feminist who runs an all-women theatre group in Kolkata, Ramanjeet. I actually, because she ignored a very important question that I sent her in the discussion. They had this Dramabazi International Children's Theatre Carnival. I am like, मुंह में मेरे मिर्चें नाच रही हैं कहते हुए कि बड़ा कमाल का काम किया है उन्होंने आज खत्म हुआ खैर I sent a question she ignored, right? I wanted to ignore, but what to do? She says, such an important contribution to dig and scoop out the hidden facts of cultural history. Manjari Chaturvedi ji, kudos to you. Extremely pertinent, she continues, extremely pertinent question to ask Manjari Chaturvedi ji. Where is women's contribution to Indian performing arts history? Well, things haven't changed much. Cultural spaces still continue to be dominated by men, and the contribution of women artists is hugely ignored even today. A very small percentage of female artists is acknowledged.
But that's true, that I even say here. She's very right, because I would say that, a Manjari Chaturvedi with all her art, with all her thought process, will remain Manjari Chaturvedi dancer. Manjari Chaturvedi will not be called an Ustad. And whereas an Ustad is not a gender term, it's a generic term. It can be used for both men and women. But we refuse to use it for women, and we continue to do that. And we loosely, if I may say, loosely use it for men. Not that I need Ustad before my name. I'm happy as Manjari Chaturvedi. It's a very nice name.
Is it?
And like I said, and like I said, it's history that's going to judge your work. So be it.
But you know, आजकल उस्ताद तो हर कोई उस्ताद है. So that I think all the term has also lost its sheen, if at all.
It's okay.
That's one. And
That's one.
and but then you know, the idea of honoring is I think more than you know, just prefixing or suffixing titles.
Yes. It's an honor.
Because when we understand, when we accept the idea that a so and so Bai or a so and so Begum or whatever they were named, remembered as before that, before even the time. Begums were also there, which is true. There was different hierarchies were there. That they were Vidwans. Once that is established, you know, it doesn't matter whether there's a prefix. I mean, in South, for example, there was a whole thing done about before they settled on the term Vidushi, for example, because only men were Vidwans. But I liked Juliana Sorsha. She is one of the top jazz pianists. So I asked, she was the second conversation of the YaarAnād Virtual Baithak Series, and I think you would like this idea. I asked, you know, how do I write on the card, you know, in invitation, you know, that maestra or what? No, it says maestro. So
Yes.
it says she's the maestro. So maestro, piano maestro, Juliana Sorsha is a lady maestro, but nothing of a maestra or whatever. Nothing. No need to gender treat the word. He says, I am a maestro. She's a maestro. Exactly. So a Vidwan can be a person. It can be Vidwan Manjari Chaturvedi, Vidwan Aruna Sairam, Vidwan MS Subbalakshmi. Why Vidushi? Why just to always to make a gender specific? It can be a noun, isn't it? to do with, associated with Vidya.
That's what it is. That, you know, when we are looking at a performance art or we are looking at art, we cannot look at it with a lens of gender at all. It's irrelevant. You know, the gender for the musician or the singers or the dancers, it should be irrelevant. It should be, the relevance should be the art. And that is where, even if we have not done till now, we can still do it now. We can have a, you know, my 7-year-old can grow up and say, oh yes, a Kota was a studio. It's okay.
Yeah.
What big deal? I did the seminar and I had some students from the university come and they said, but you know, we were talking about the social stigma. And this young group of students from DU came and they told me one thing and they said, but ma'am, what's the problem? Weren't they the film stars of their times? And I said, exactly. You are the generation who are going to change it. So somewhere, you know, during my certain talks, there have been questions. And I particularly remember one gentleman getting up in Chennai and he questioned my, you know, it was a talk on courtesan project. And he questioned and he said, you know, but all said and done, they were also sex workers. So I said, I differ from you because if you have a receipt, if you have a transactional detail about them, then provide me that and I will use that as a proof. But I have a detail about their recordings in the gramophone records. So I know for a fact that they were singles. So now it's your proof versus my proof. And my proof is stronger because I have it and I can show it to you. So he sat down. And after that, then I told him, and then, you know, everybody laughed about it. And I said that I'm not worried about you at all, sir, because it is for your children and your grandchildren that I'm going to change their mindset. And that is for sure. But even if you still sit and think the same thing.
But Manjari, the fact that, I mean, okay, a 7-year-old child who's versed with the idea of a studio where a maestro practices, or a practitioner or a dancer or a singer practices, but the kotha comes from koti, is a Punjabi term again. In a Punjab we say kothe te vi flana, who, where is Bibi? So kothe te avi. So the dance up on the floor, because it was the first floor of the koti was a kotha, or any house's kotha, where the performances, etc., where the mehfils used to be organized. But yes, they were part of a certain hierarchy. They were part of the mistresses or courtesans of the lords, and so on and so forth. So those histories are also important. They must be understood, that we are the men and women of the society who created a system, but it does not mean that someone who, we are not even questioning or wondering how a woman was led into being a kothewali. What all was there? There was a lot. So it is more than a mere art form. It was a socio-cultural reality. It was a form of, it was a way of life. कि वहाँ हरम होते थे, रानियाँ होती थी, वहाँ पे फिर courtesans होते थे, वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. So I think we need to not have blind spots of our history. We cannot close our eyes to certain spots, and we need to honor them. We cannot dishonor them beyond that they have been discriminated again. Already they have been discriminated, and we must look at them as Vidya Vahans of Vidya. They also had knowledge, and if they were knowledgeable ones, we need to honor them as such. Is what.
Even if I say in terms of Kathak, and if I don't generalize it and I say in terms of only Kathak, is a fact that who kept Kathak alive for, if not 400 years, then at least 200 years. There were no अच्छे घर की लड़कियां who were doing Kathak. There were gurus or ustad or masters, but who were the masters teaching to? Themselves. So there was a huge barrage of women performers who were learning at that point in time. We can't ignore that fact and just say that, oh, no, there were 3 streams of Maharaj and ustads that existed. Who were they teaching? We can't say that. Who was performing? We can't say that. For 200 years, you can't say that. That who were the performers of this art form, which today, if Manjari is performing and earning through it, Manjari should be grateful to a certain section of women and at least 400 names in 200 years that thank you for keeping this alive for us to be able to perform today and earn through it. But Manjari has no names, because she hasn't been given names beyond 4 names of male performers or male gurus.
Yeah.
So somewhere that is where we have erred, and we need to, as soon as we can, make it correct, we must make an effort to work that out. Today, if I'm speaking about this, there might be hundreds of people hearing it, and when they hear it, they will say, oh yeah, actually what she's saying is probably right. We never looked at it from that point of view. Okay, that's a start. But somewhere we need to make that start for things to steamroll and move into a format where we do not put a bias against a gender. Today we are at a stage where we say that whether it's a male actor or a female actor, we use the same word actor for male and females. We no longer use the word actress. If you see, so if we've reached and accepted that at a certain level, we must continue to use that the same lens for other formats as well.
Should be extended, why not? Exactly. And Ramanjeet Kaur, the actor from Kolkata, who's I read earlier, she agrees that she says, and I quote, collective consciousness first, and then collective effort of artists, connoisseurs, academicians is required to preserve our rich intangible heritage. I think that is very well said. Jindi Singh, who's a maestro tabla player, who's from one of the finest Rababi lineages, he says, Manjari ji, really great ho. He's acknowledging that. And someone called Pallavi Chaturvedi, again, I think one of your former bodyguards, he says, and father used to take pride in people calling her revolutionary. So
Yes.
that's so sweet. And
I have to find that press clipping because that's why I remember how my father
you must,
said
that, yes.
And
And Poonam Ayub from, I don't know where she is, she's quite a trotter, a globe trotter and city trotter, I don't know what to call her. She says, maybe from Islamabad or Karachi, the word courtesan is mirrored in layers of ambiguity and can have varying narratives.
yes.
Over the course of history, she says, that is. Yeah.
Yes, but that is the word that I have to use because for want of another word. Because in the language, there's only that word which can be used in English for the Tawayufs or Baiṭhaks.
Yeah.
And
but if you were to change, for example, the name, my kind of people say you are sugarcoating something already. I think if we want to restore dignity, we have to call spade a spade, no? We have to call what it is. And
but if fact is that if I don't use that word for myself, and I say that if I'm ashamed of using that word for myself, then what am I fighting for the rights for?
Yeah, exactly.
So I, with all my privileges, have to use exactly that word and bring the point home that, look here, it's a comfortable word. The women were performers. What they, it's, again, I would use it to simplify. Today, XYZ actor has 20 affairs, live in relationships. We don't judge them by that. That's gossip material for us. That's gossip material. We judge by the fact what performance they give in a certain film. And we judge by that, oh my God, they are a brilliant actor. The same goes there. What they did in their personal lives, how many affairs they had, how many live-in relationships they had, should not be our concern for judgment of their art. Whether they sang the rag correctly, what compositions they kept alive, what poetry they kept alive, that should be our sense of judgment and our sense of takeaway. Rest can be gossip. Gossip as much as you want, it doesn't matter.
And gossip should be there because it's good for marketing purposes. It's okay. It can live its own life.
Don't use gossip as a judgment for art.
Don't stereotype. No, I think stereotyping is what you're talking.
Women perform.
What's the future, if I may, of the Sufi Kathak one and then the courtesan project? Are you advocating the return of the quotas? Although they all exist. But what's the future? How do you see the future for both the Sufi Kathak project and the courtesan project?
And there's another project that we haven't touched on at all, and that's the Jugni project, which is on the Punjab. So that's the feminine in Punjab. We are not talking about it, but I'm telling you that. It's taken me.
No. You have to tell me about it now.
For more than a year, I was kept awake by this character of Jugni, and I couldn't sleep at night. And I one day called up Madan Gopal Singh, and I said, she's not letting me sleep. I need to speak to you. And he told me, he said, never has a dancer come to me and said that, she wants to know about Jugni. I said, I don't know. And then subsequently, I did a series of concerts called O Jugni Punjab Day, which was celebrating the women of Punjab, whether it was the story of Ranja or, from a woman's perspective.
I see.
And how that feminine is so strong in Punjab. That the interesting part is that the Jugnis are written by men. And the character is such a fearless character.
Yeah.
So somewhere the vision of men is of a woman who doesn't conform to social norms, because Jugni can be anywhere. She can have a something. She can talk about she can have a political satire. She can talk about spirituality. She can talk about love. So Jugni can surpass everything, and Jugnis are written by men. So I found that so interesting, that when we see a largely patriarchal society where the feminine is under social norms, but the masculinity of the same society imagines the femininity to be without social norms. It may seem contradictory, but it's very interesting as a social phenomenon. So this whole project, O Jugni Punjabi, started with this. I can't speak Punjabi at all.
You have to sing the boli. Ek to boli sunana, kaun si Jugni?
But I will laughingly tell you this, that two places where we performed, one was Patiala and the other was Chandigarh. Patiala, it was a standing ovation. They wouldn't let us off stage. A, the love of the Punjabis anyway. And secondly, the fact that I was doing something which was, very close to their heart. They could understand everything. And I ended my concert with Ote Amla De Hone De Nabere Kisi Ne Teri Jaat Puchni. I had people in the aisles dancing there. I have never had that for a concert.
Really?
So, laughingly, I'll tell you that my team of O Jugni Punjabi has Kawals who are from Punjab, so they're from Amritsar, who think that I'm an insane woman, because one day I reached Amritsar and met those 10 Kawals from nowhere. They asked me, आप किसी को यहाँ जानती हैं? मैंने कहा नहीं. आप हमसे मिलने आई हैं? मैंने कहा हाँ. और पूरा दिन I sat with them working on music, and they actually thought she's an insane woman. She came unaccompanied, all alone, sitting between 12 men and asking them to sing all day. So, but then subsequently we formed such a good bond now. So the Kawals are from Punjab. I have storytellers, Balkar Sidhu, Vikramjit Singh Rupra, they are from Punjab, so they are Punjabis. The only non-Punjabi is me. So what happened, that we are performing in Punjab, so Patiala, and even Chandigarh, and thankfully Jugni is dancing, so she doesn't have to speak anything. It's the storyteller, the musician. So everything is happening in Punjabi. So everybody assumes that I would know.
You're a Thet Punjabi.
And the show finishes after 2 hours. The woman who's doing Jugni is given the microphone, and she speaks in English. And I know that, I can almost see the expression of the audience. They think, what is this? And I remember in Patiala, they actually, did not stop clapping, because I told them, I said, मैं माफी चाहती हूँ कि मैं पंजाबी नहीं बोल सकती, पर मेरा इस जन्म में नहीं पैदा हुई पंजाब में, बट कभी पंजाब का रिश्ता है, किसी जन्म का है, क्योंकि ऐसे बाबा बुल्ले शाह नहीं नचाते, किसी और डांसर को क्यों नहीं नचाया, मुझे क्यों ना बुला के नचाते हैं, मुझे इतनी बार सोने नहीं दिया रात में, और उनके कलाम पर नाचने को, भाई कोई कथक डांसर नहीं नाचती, मैं क्यों नाचती हूँ, तो कोई तो रिश्ता रहा होगा. After that I was accepted, I would say. But that's the truth.
Let me tell you the Punjabi connection. तुम्हारा पूरा नाम क्या है?
चतुर्वेदी.
चतुर्वेदी है ना, यानी कि चतुर यानी कि 4 या चतुर यानी कि चालाक वाला? 4 वाला. वेद है ना, वेद
4 के 2 का गया था
है ना. वो वेद कहाँ पे लिखे गए? चंद्रमा पे? पंजाब में सदू ठेठ पंजाबी कुड़ी कहती मैं पंजाबी नहीं जानती, गल्लां मारदियां. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਸੰਸਕ੍ਰਿਤ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਵੇਦ ਪੜ੍ਹਦਾ, ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਗਿਰਦ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਐम्बेसडर है. मैं तो इससे करके पंजाबी सुप्रीमेसिस्ट मेरे को कहा जाता है. मैं तो सबको कहता हूँ कि आप कहाँ की बात कर रहे हो यार, ऐसे पंजाब को भूल जाओगे. नाट्य शास्त्र प्रोफेसर कमलेश दत्त त्रिपाठी ने डांट लगाई, कह रहे साउथ वाले घसीटते हैं मगर लिखा पंजाब में गया. I quoted that in the SNA Bharatdeshi thing. So आगे नहीं कहना कभी पंजाब से कोई वास्ता नहीं है. ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਰੱਜ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਦਾ ਰੋਮ DNA ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਚਾਰੇ ਵੇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਾਸਤਾ ਹੈ.
नहीं वास्ता है, मैं तो वो कहती हूँ, क्योंकि नहीं तो क्यों ना चाहते भाई, आज
बिल्कुल
क्यों ना चाहते,
बिल्कुल।
क्यों मुझे मुझे वो भाषा नहीं आती, मुझे ट्रांसलेशन से पढ़नी पड़ी, मुझे समझ के करनी पड़ी, ठीक है, बट मुझे वो समझ तो आई, आई कुड अंडरस्टैंड दैट, आई कुड, यू नो, आई फॉर तेरे इश्क नचाया थैया थैया, that was a composition I kept with myself for almost 4 or 5 years,
I
and I
see.
couldn't bring myself to dancing to it. And everybody used to tell me, but why don't you dance to it?
अच्छा,
And I used to say that I don't think I'm ready. Because for me to understand a man living in a largely patriarchal society, to dress up like a woman, go on the street and dance, that kind of surrender, I can't imagine just now
क्या
for
बात है।
me to have to be able to dance. So it's not about just the words and just setting some movements to it. It's about the whole process, that what would be the state of mind of that man to negate everything and dress up like a kanjari, go on the street and dance. You need a kind of uh, a surrender which is complete. There's nothing left in that. And to be able to experience that, I don't think it's possible, or there may be a possibility in life someday, but to be able to translate through imagination was also not possible for me for almost 3-4 years.
Yeah.
And I used to listen to it, I used to read the poetry, read the translation, and hold it and keep it back. It's not ready. Then one day I danced. Now I dance to it. Yes.
I'm reminded of Guru Arjan's composition. चली अब हम चली ठाकुर पे हार, जब हम शरण प्रभु की आई, राख प्रभु पावे मार। चाहे मुझे रख चाहे मार, अब तो मैं शरण में आ गई। Very unique ancient composition, takes us back to the 16th century. चली ठाकुर पे हार, चली ठाकुर पे हार, अब हम अब हम अब हम चली ठाकुर पे हार, जब जब हम शरण प्रभु की, जब हम हाँ याद आ गई, हम जब हम शरण प्रभु की आई, जब हम शरण प्रभु की आई, राख प्रभु पाव मार, अब हम अब हम चली ठाकुर पे हार, चली ठाकुर पे हार। अब हम चली ठाकुर पे ही हार, जब हम अब और जब, और जब हम सरणी प्रभु की आई. सो अब हम चली, दैट्स आई मीन इट्स अमेजिंग. एक पहली लाइन प्रोस्पेक्टिव है, दूसरी रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव है. करेंगे अब हम चली ठाकुर पे हार, जब हम शरण प्रभु की आई राख प्रभु पावे मार. अगले पल पे पलट गया कि अब तो मैं आ चुकी, अब चाहे जो मर्जी कर ठाकुर जी, रख मुझे मार, मेरा काम था ना, मैंने अपना काम कर लिया. So that idea of surrender is very moving. What you said के you see the process, जैसे मैंने कहा ना श्रृंगार का process क्या, what is the that becoming of something. When you transcend into that space, when you become of that state, जिसे जब आपको हक मिलता है, when you earn the right to sing something, to say something, to dance something, वो हक कमाना पड़ता है. That inspiration, that jharna has to fructify from within, you know. Oh, that moment comes ke ha, when it comes and it's, you become that dance now, you become that act now. I think that is a very, very moving story. And you want to say something to that, or read Ramanjit's next comment?
No.
Ramanjit Kaur says an extremely interesting moment here, discussion, I think she wrote a few minutes back, discussion between two conservators on the journey of preserving forgotten ancient intangible heritage, forgotten out of ignorance or consciously. Interestingly, one, a journey of Gurbani Sangeet, and the other of the music of the courtesans. Then she said, if you did that project, Manjari ji, about the Jugni one, my question is, why did we not get to hear or know about each other's work? She's in Kolkata. What can be done to bring such significant projects to limelight? Would you like to answer that?
You know, anything, what can be done? These are performance projects. So, you know, they need a performance stage because they are not only academics, but they are performance driven. Because when we are talking about a performance, we need to have a performance for people to relate to it. So we are happy to come anytime, anywhere, wherever, you know, we can do it as a performance project. And also what we also need, and I will share it here, is that what becomes a huge difficulty is that, you know, when we work towards a performance project, now to source the stories of Jugni to go there, you need to have that time and for research, time and space and money. But what happens in our places that we do not have any funding structure where, you know, research for these projects can be done, which might be a performance project. You may earn through a performance later, but you're unable to put in that much money for the travel, stay, research, meeting people, knowing about it, working on music. So that also becomes a huge impediment in working on projects.
And I don't know, someone, you know, Baldeep Singh, it's almost like he comes alphabetically down the order from me. LMN. मतलब वो याद दिला रहा है मैं भी जाना झोंक रांझण दी. Do you pay any heed to this guy?
Of course I do.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Like you, what do? You rag him? How do you treat him? Nicely or badly?
Well, I treat him as one would treat a family. He is family.
But you said that you confess to being the bully in the family. Do you bully him?
Sure.
Do you bully him too?
Not yet.
Or you just the doting sali of a jija?
I don't know which structure I fit into. But I can easily bully his wife.
Pallavi, you have to say something now. Because I'm in Pallavi's camp. I think you're now shared your colors, you're Baldeep's camp. So I'm Pallavi's camp. So you have to be very careful. Yeah, we
Okay.
are enemies now, sworn enemies.
Okay.
And what is Baldeep saying? Bhai Baldeep ji would be, Bhai Baldeep, it would be blessing to hear the composition sang earlier in your conversation with Manjari. Which one did I sing earlier? Did I sing before? I don't think so. Did I sing? I didn't sing anything before. And the future, that when I asked you about the future, you shared with me the Jugni project, which you never
Yeah.
invited me to. So that's our fight number 3, not 2. The first one was that you never invited
I should
me.
post all.
अरे मुझे
screenshots
फोन
of-
करना होता है, मैं कितना बड़ा स्टार आदमी हूँ, तो ऐसे थोड़ा ना कि मतलब I had to call you. Oh, Manjari, hi, I'm doing this Baithak series. Can you please come? They say, no, I can't talk to BBS. No, sorry. Oh, no, please. Hi, Manjari. This is Bhai Baldeep Singh calling. Can you please come? I want to be in conversation with you. No, I don't have time for you. Come on, stop calling. I think you made me call like 50 times. And you couldn't even call me once that, my performance will not reach or attain fruition unless I have a certain Bhai Baldeep Singh sitting in the audience. Come on. I mean, you're so bad.
The irony of it is that we cannot have a performance in next few months.
अरे ये तो प्रोस्पेक्टिव बात हो गई ना, मैं तो पिछले हिसाब ले रहा हूँ मैं।
हाँ।
पता है कितनी चाय मतलब बन गई है, सजा के तौर पे कितनी चाय पिलानी पड़ेगी? It's like a bucket full.
अब वो तो गया,
Very bad.
अब उस वक्त का तो नहीं कह सकते तो गया।
Look at that.
अब आने वाले वक्त में परफॉर्मेंस शुरू होंगे, so I shall invite you.
Yeah, of course.
Jugni project is also on YouTube.
I'm gonna now. So the request is that I've seen the Sufi projects. I'm not really, as I told you, I've been a fan of that whole undertaking. The dignity that somehow, of course, costumes do a lot. They represent something. Every costume represents something. And the Kamani auditorium thing that you did was heart-rending. I mean, and then of course the arms, to see the arms raised up, and it was totally was path-breaking to see that as a part of the Kathak performance. Why not? Right? Why not? कि अगर आप ये कर रहे हैं, हाल दिखा रहे हैं, अपना शरीर दिखा रहे हैं, नुमाइश कर रहे हैं, अगर आप मेल हैं तो अपना शरीर दिखा रहे हैं, औरत है तो अपना शरीर नुमाइश कर रहे हैं, दुआ में बाजू उठी हुई, क्या कमी है उसमें? मेरा ये सवाल था तब कि उसमें क्या सौंदर्य नहीं है, क्या उसमें रस नहीं है, क्या उसमें क्या उस फॉर्म से आशिकी नहीं हो सकती? मतलब आशिकी सात्विक अंदाज से बात कर रहा हूँ। I really was moved by that.
आशिकी हमेशा सात्विक होती है।
नहीं, तामसिक भी होती है, सात्विक क्या, हर किस्म की आशिकी होती है। वैसे मैं उसको इश्क नहीं कहता, इश्क जहाँ होता है वहाँ अब्यूज नहीं होता। आशिक बलात्कारी नहीं होते, ताबियत नहीं होती वो। आशिकी तो फिना होने की बात है, मर जाने की, अपना आपा मारने की बात है। बलात्कारी टेंडेंसी अपनी अहंकार को प्रज्वलित करना, उसको सूरज की तरह भड़का देना, वो अलग है।
Is a concept which I don't see as a negative ever. Maybe it's a personal thing, but ishq can never be negative. It's always towards positive.
ओए, मैंने तो सोचा तू बहुत अच्छी है, तू तो निहायत गुंडी निकली। I didn't say anything. Baldeep says, I disagree, Pallavi is a gundi. अच्छा नहीं, वो पल्लवी को कह रहा है this is wrong. ओए Baldeep, how dare you? And Pallavi, you're right. I agree with you when you say I know who's my savior. Here I come with all my mask. Look at this, आपस में वैसे मैंने लड़ाई तो करा दी दोनों की. That I'm very good at. Baldeep, just call your sister Gundi. I mean, a dacoit, a bandit, a badmash. Whatever you say, you any
We call her the same.
You do. And you're the bully, and you call her that. You're so mean.
I'm not a gundi. I'm a bully.
I think you guys,
And
Baldeep and you, are playing games with us. But I've told Pallavi I'm with you. So don't keep up the spirit. I'm with you. Acha, so I am going to request, the idea of Shringar, the idea of becoming in the courtesan. I have not seen you. So in that, if you can share something, there's abhinaya of Shringar and all that, but if there's something that you can share, first the part of the courtesan project, if you can share something, I would be so very glad.
What I can maybe share with you, so during with this courtesan project also what I've done is that the old compositions which were sung by the Baijis and the Bayafs, I would say 100 years back or even maybe before that. We don't have records before 1904 anyway.
And you couldn't find anything written, no written texts or compositions were ever recorded of theirs, courtesan music?
Some of them.
Some of them were.
Some of them, yes, but very few.
Because I was doing research, Pallavi, Manjari, 3 years back when I was doing the paper, I found in 1885 by Sridhar Bandyopadhyay 4 Gurbani compositions in staff notation written in Bangla in Kolkata, published in Kolkata. Can you imagine 4 Gurbani Dhrupads written in Kolkata by a maestro from Bengal? So you never know what you find, in that sense.
So between 1857 to 1888 or 89, there is the Malka Jan had written a divan, which means a collection of poetry. But that is with the India House, the British Museum in London. So we don't have it, but it is there. So very few, like I said, very few. But they are just probably out of a collection of thousands, there would be about 10, 20 of them which are there, but they are there. So some of them are there. So like I said, that some of the records that we find, which were in 1905 or 1903 after the gramophone company came in, or 1913, around that time, a lot of recordings were done.
They started from 1901 onwards, 1901 or so.
Yeah, so around that time, a lot of recordings came up. So my assumption of the way we understand classical traditions is that if the Tawayafs and the Baijis were singing these compositions in the 1900s, which means that they must have been passed on from generation to generation, and there must have been compositions which were prevalent in 1800s also, if not before, because like the compositions keep coming. So I do not know how old this composition is, but there is a composition which is Raske Bhare Tore.
Yes.
It's a very powerful composition, and it is a composition which was sung by most of the Baijis, and even sung by classical singers now, but they do not give the credit to Baijis.
And who's singing in this?
In this, Madhuk Mudgal, his daughter Savni Mudgal is singing.
I see.
And she sung it beautifully. She sung it for my courtesan project, and very beautifully. I will just do a small gesture because I'm sitting and doing it on a chair.
No, you can stand up. No, you can.
No, it won't. It won't
come
the
on.
Right side.
You can show both. You can show the little here, then you can move the chair aside and walk a few steps back, like 10.
So it becomes a kotha.
I didn't say that. Studio is what your daughter said.
No, I'm saying that's what I am saying as a person. That see, this is what happens. I'm in my dance studio. I've been asked to perform something.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, in that sense, as you said earlier, yes.
A lot of people are watching, and it's all an experience.
That's it. What it is. Yeah, that's what the experience is.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sharing my art with viewers.
Absolutely.
Now the viewers could be of mixed gender or could be of one gender. That is irrelevant. That's not my choice.
And it was a mehfil. It was a mehfil. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Baldeep says even Bahu calls her that.
Are you getting the sound?
Yes, yeah. क्या बात है. Why did you stop? Why did you stop that? I was just requesting you to go like 1 feet behind because I was missing when you did that. The hands went out. And
Now the next one on stage.
okay, so the second is the Jugni project, which you again have not invited me to. I'm telling you. So, second demonstration, Madam, Vidwan Manjari Chaturvedi, would be great to have you share with us your Jugni project.
I don't have a demonstration for Jugni.
And if you can put the speaker on the other side, because the initially I thought the sound was there, but then I think it was very truncated. Yeah, closer to that is okay. If you can actually stand and if you can't have Jugni, then you can just put this one and what you just started. Yeah.
I don't have the music for Jugni actually.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you an alternative. This Raske Tore Bhare Tore Ran, the speaker might be better now. So we can just move the chair away, walk a few steps behind, and please show it to us.
No, I think.
And we'll forgive you for not sharing anything on Jugni with us.
No, I won't. Could you call me again? When I have the music. I don't have the music just now.
Yeah, we will do the Jugni part the next time in detail.
Do it next time.
Yeah.
But I don't have it.
I see.
Yeah.
ये वाला रस के भरे वाला. No, come on, just a bit more. खड़े होके दिखा दो ना, because there was anything else that you can show from the Courtesan project that you seem to have the music. अरे इतनी बार तो मैं भगवान को कह देता आ जाता है यार.
वो तो बात सही है, भगवान आ जाता है, बाकी नहीं आते. 1 minute. So I'll show you one. See, I can't find my music. One which I had kept ready, it's easy to find.
Yeah, that's easy, no? Just play it again.
You're just enjoying listening to that music.
It's it's one of my favorites.
It is.
Yeah.
And that's where that's where I tell the audiences in that you have to accept the fact that this was a Tabat and Baiti composition that you so love. And even for that, I even say, even this one.
That's it. Why do you stop it? I don't know whether this stop button eggs you. मतलब इसका मतलब क्या है? इसका मतलब है मैं अब क्रिटिक हो रहा हूँ मैं. यानी कि तुम डूबी नहीं थी उसमें गीत में कि तुम्हें याद रहा कि मुझे बंद करना है, याद रहा कि स्टॉप करना है, याद रहा कि मैं सामने बैठा हूँ.
याद ये रहा कि इसके बाद का मूवमेंट के लिए जैसे ही कुर्सी रेस्ट्रिक्ट करने लगी तो पता चल गया कि हम कुर्सी पर बैठे.
So the move would have been to move the kursi away, not to move towards the music player and then anyway. But
you know why I use this composition deliberately as part of the courtesan project, because this is a very popular ghazal that everyone loves, a very popular composition, and it is sung by Farida Khan. Now, Farida Khanum's elder sister, Mukhtar Begum, was a very well-known artist from the Tawaif tradition. Now, somewhere we accept Farida Khanum, but we don't want to accept Mukhtar Begum. And that is why I performed this composition as part of the Courtesan project and tell about Mukhtar Begum, that how brilliant an artist she was. Because she is the one who trained Farida Khanum, a woman that we all die for, the way she sang. And why does this composition touch everyone's heart? Because it was meant for an intimate setting. It was meant for touching the hearts of people. It wasn't meant for a stage for 2,000 people sitting and listening to a jig band concert. Yeah. So it was a very different format of a performance.
Well, that's
thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. There are many compliments, and I'm sure you will be bothered upon my request to look at the comments and respond to every one of those who are praising me, and just ignore those who are praising you. That's the deal. You have my invitation for that. And I'm curious about the Jugni project, of course, and I hope to.
We should talk.
Hope to.
You also, I don't stop at one. So there is also another aspect, and again, like I said, they are very driven by the feminine. So there is also an project which I have not yet performed. I've only done one performance of it. I was to launch it this year, but because of the pandemic, we can't do it. That is on Vrindavan. It's called the Vrindavan Project. Now that is exploring the feminine as how Radha is so important, that in Vrindavan, the greeting is not Jai Shri Krishna, it is Radhe Radhe. So to reach Krishna, you have to go through Radha. So the feminine becomes very important. And who is this feminine? This feminine is a woman that Krishna and Radha were in love with. So they are an epitome of love for us. Ram and Sita are not an epitome of love for us. They are an epitome of virtue. But Radha and Krishna become an epitome of love. So this project, and this has the Vaishnavacharya from the Radha Krishna temple, Radha Raman temple in Vrindavan, who tells those stories about how important the feminine is in Krishna's life. And I performed to the compositions which were the old Radha compositions there. So it's very interesting, but again, it's bringing to the audience this whole dialogue about how the feminine is celebrated in different traditions. Then where have we gone wrong today that we are unable to celebrate the feminine today? That's another one. But I yet to
we
stop.
But before we stop, something which has been very dear to me, and I have because I know that many people are doing in their own humble way, that given the pandemic which you just addressed, given the situation, the Sufi Kathak Foundation has been taking care of has been responsible in making sure more than 50 musicians have food on their table. Would you like to share something? And then, of course, you're welcome to request people who would like to, maybe visit your website and contribute their 2 pence to the wonderful work that you've done. Ustad Iqbal Ahmed Khan has been making sure the musicians within his, in Old Delhi has been doing. The other day I learned about that, and I have taken note of what you've been, of course, very eye-watering for me to see that you've been taking care of, like insurance in a way, pension-like issues. And my foundation, we do that for some of the widows. Faid Saab's wife gets a monthly stipend from the Anād Foundation. With me and Dr. Francesca Casio, we ensure that there is. We also do that. But please tell us about what you're doing as a response to the global pandemic and the wrath that has, unleashed on musicians, especially the underserved, especially the lesser known, who were living on almost like daily wages.
Yes. See, this is something that, if I may say, that I set up the foundation almost 11, 12 years back, precisely for this reason, because some of my musicians, and you've seen that I have about 300, 400 musicians working with me, and they are from smaller towns. So they're not from metro cities, they're from smaller towns. And I used to see their problems of, medical problems, smaller things like, साल भर की दवाइयाँ हम खरीदते थे for blood pressure, sugar, these kind of things. So we have been doing this for a long time for all these musicians offhand, as and when needed. And now I realize that, I think 40 days into the first lockdown, we were all struggling with our own things, that what is happening, what is going to be. So I did not realize that there would be such a fallout for my musicians. I call them my musicians because they are almost like my family now, over 20 years. And these musicians, then I started getting panic calls. So one of them actually just jolted me out of, this, and I realized how bad the situation is, because he called up and he said, I have no food at home. My children have just eaten glucose biscuits. We had 4 packets of glucose biscuits in the last 2 days. So the children had only eaten that. And that's when I realized that because they earn every day, so they could sustain for about, say 40 days or 30 days or a month, but beyond that, they could not. Then, it was a roller, because, everyone was suffering because of that. And we don't realize that a lot of people have fallen off the net. So, while in the metros, there was food being given, there was food, rations being given in metro cities. But places like, Kakori, Khairabad, Barabanki, Devashari, Fatehpur Sikri, these are the places where these musicians are, staying. And in these places, what happened was that there were no government rations being distributed. Now, for them to take a ration from Lucknow would mean 300 rupees to come to Lucknow, take ration and go back. It's impossible in current times.
And so dangerous.
And impossible, because if they had 300 rupees, they will buy a ration for themselves. So you can't spend that much. And the bigger problem is that they are skilled in arts. They're not skilled in any other job. Yeah. For them to now take up another job and open a restaurant and start running a restaurant, doing anything.
But who will come to eat?
And frankly, there are no jobs available. So it's not as if they can easily take up a job and continue working. So the problem was that the skill that they are trained in is not going to give them money for these 6 months. So what happens? Does that person die off? And they're not beggars. We must keep that in mind. They have performed at various platforms. They've performed at major places as artists. They're artists. They're not beggars who will go and beg for food. So somewhere keeping that self-respect intact and working towards it, I found a lot of people who actually did support me. But now, after 3 or 4 months, even that support is becoming shorter, because how much people can individually pay. I asked my friends, and they all gave up. So we decided that we just need, say, about 5,000 rupees per musician family of 5 or 6 people, basic ration for them for a month, so that they can at least tide over this time. Yeah. We just want them to tide over this time, and after that they'll start earning on their own, because they're trained musicians. They were earning on their own before also. They were never begging for money. It's just that this is unprecedented time. It is unprecedented for you and me, but I as an artist can still afford food on the table for 6 months and not worry that, I'm not going to have food on the table because I don't have a performance. So largely, their requirement is very minimal. But even that minimal requirement for basic food has to be generated and looked after. And they are not 50, there are 70 families in spread over Lucknow, Hyderabad, Barabanki, Deva, Sitapur, Kakori, Agra, Jhansi, and 2 families in Delhi. So these are the families spread out in these towns, and I welcome anything. I have all 70 bank accounts of these people. I had one donor who asked me that he would like to donate to everyone. I gave him those 70 bank accounts. He directly donated. If people want, tax exemption, ATG tax exemption, then they can donate through my foundation. If they want to donate individually, I will give the bank details. They can just do it. It just needs to be done till December.
Can you, would you take communications via your email? Can you share an email here?
Yes.
Can you say that?
Yes,
spell out?
My email ID is very simple. It is Sufi Kathak, SUFIKATHAK @gmail.com. Or you can see the website, which is www.Sufi Kathak Foundation, SUFIKATHAK Foundation, FOUNDATION.com.
And I thank you so much, Manjari. I am grateful for your time and that you shared your thoughts. Left with more to cover. You shared Jugni and the other project that you're doing, and we will now need to get back.
One day.
One day, hopefully soon. Yes.
It's a pleasure to talk. And I had my huge reservations in about all this online talks, and I've been avoiding all online interactions and talk sessions and this. I find them too tedious to talk to a machine, but it's been a pleasure to be here and talk to you. It didn't seem like talking to a machine, if I may say that.
Are you accepting now therefore requests from many people, or was it only the head of all dacoits of the world, a certain Bhai Baldeep Singh, who could steal now 4 hours and 51 minutes of your time?
Oh my God, I'm kind of dead. please ask them to visit the YouTube channel, and I hope the next time. It's just now. The Lucknowi stamina and the Punjabi stamina is very different.
Really?
Yeah. So my throat is gone now.
But what is the Punjabi style for you? I mean, what do you mean by Punjabi style?
You're still 4-5 hours, and you're still happy to talk further.
Oh yeah, I'm not done. I could go on till 11 a.m. 12 hours later, we could say byes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I give up.
No,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, and I really appreciate your sharing and also the work that you've done. It's very, I'm sure it'll be, it'll prove to be inspiring for so many others, and I'm sure many people would be also encouraged to join your projects and invite you and work with you, some of the artists like Ramanjeet, and I see you guys working together in the future. She's done so much for empowerment. Her sister, Taranjeet Singh, who does, spoken word poetry and performances she's a film actor and theatre actor. They've done tremendous work in terms of standing up for the underserved and breaking stigmas and destroying, in fact, not just breaking them, taboos and all that. So I think I see many positives ahead, and I think many people getting together to sort of complement each other.
I would also like to thank each and every one who has been watching this. That a big thank you for watching this and hearing. Mostly dancers do not speak; they just are seen. But I'm glad that you heard me. and you heard the brain behind the dance, the beautiful dances that people see, and they don't know the thought and the brain that goes behind it. So thank you for hearing that, and I'm glad that you were here. Thank you to each one of you.
Except two.
What's that?
Thanks to everyone except two. You can thank Pallavi and Bandeep because they're still here.
No, of course I'm thanking them.
Why?
they-
उनका फर्ज है. अगर ना सुनते तो मेरे से लड़ाई ना होती. I would have fought them and turned them into pulp. Look at that. Pallavi says, she's my buddy. She says, "Aaj jaane ki jid na karo." So she's actually telling you cannot say no and you have to continue. That's one. And of course, Pallavi also says at the end, it's such a pleasure knowing Bandeep and Manjari via you. So see, that's my buddy. She's praising me.
Yes. Truly, she's your buddy. But thank you. Thank you so much.
But then Poonam Ayub says that that is not Punjabi, but just Bhai Baldeep's untiring endeavors in collating so much of heritage. So there's a Punjabi disclaimer already.
Okay, good. Good.
But compliments again and my best wishes to all that your wonderful work that you're doing, and I hope to see you and speak with you soon.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
And thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome. No, my pleasure. Really, it's been worth it. I'm kidding. We had to converse. I mean, I would never do a project like this without conversing with those I have, noted, doing some wonderful work in their own respective fields. And I'm glad that you could take time out. So compliments and a very good night. कुछ चारा मिल जाए तो चल लेना, मेरे लिए भी wish कर. I have no idea if there's anything left for me.
Thank you and good night.
Good night, yes. So friends, this is my conversation with Kathak dancer Manjari Chaturvedi. I hope you have enjoyed the conversation. It was long drawn and very, very meaningful for me. I learned a lot about how she undertakes projects, how she researches, and then I saw the thematics. I mean, she moves from a theme to theme. It's more than just a dance form. It's not just numaish of any kind. And she's a thinker musician. You can see the scholar in her, and I think that is something very heartwarming. And I'm excited to look at the Jugni project that she shared, that she has been working on, and I've been. I know I was just teasing her that I have not received invitations. It's just that I've been busy doing my work, but I see today that how poor I have been, having missed those chances to see the work that she has done. I would implore upon you to accept her invitation to contribute to her foundation for the wonderful work in terms of supporting the artists. Doesn't matter if you do not have a few thousands each artist to give, a few hundreds. It's a matter of becoming together. I know that you have other projects that you do, but share it with others. All the artists that there are who are doing, I am unable to do that, for example. I have a foundation, but I'm not doing it. But I'm encouraging all those who are supporting that. I have my own salaries to pay, which people are getting. So we have our own work cut out. But please do consider Sufi Kathak Foundation, I think .org or .com, but you will be able to surf. I don't off the cuff remember, but I will text it in the comment section. Please do support such beautiful, such honorable efforts to support the underserved and the unprivileged or underprivileged. So until tomorrow, as I mentioned, I will be in conversation with Kamal Sabri, remembering Sarangi Maestro Ustad Sabri Khan, tomorrow at 6 p.m. So I'll hope to see you then. दोस्तों, कल शाम ਨੂੰ 6 ਵਜੇ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਉਸਤਾਦ ਕਮਾਲ ਸਾਬਰੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਰਹੂਮ ਪਿਤਾ ਜਨਾਬ ਸਾਬਰੀ ਖਾਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ ਹਿੰਦੁਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਭਲਾਈ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਾਲੀਮ ਦੇ ਸਿਲਸਿਲੇ ਬਾਰੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਬਾਰੇ, ਔਰ ਜਿਸ ਤਾਬੀਅਤ ਨਾਲ ਕਮਾਲ ਸਾਬਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦੱਸੇ ਨਕਸ਼ੇ ਕਦਮ ਤੇ ਤੁਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਕੱਲ ਸ਼ਾਮੀ 6 ਵਜੇ। ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਵਾਰਤਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਸ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅੱਛੀ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਬਾਮਾਨੀ ਸੀ, ਬੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਝਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਸਿੱਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਸੋਚਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਔਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਆਸ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਆਪ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਬਟਾਓਗੇ। ਕੱਲ ਤੱਕ ਲਈ ਅਲਵਿਦਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ, ਖੁਦਾ ਹਾਫਿਜ਼, ਨਮਸਕਾਰ, ਬੋੜਾ ਨੋਤੇ, ਸਤਿ ਕਰਤਾਰ।